Roger Stone here for Colonial Metals Group. Colonial Metals Group helps Americans protect their future with the most trusted store of wealth in human history. That's actual physical gold and silver. If you're retiring or you're retired, go to colonialmetalsgroup.com/stone right now for your free Roger Stone Colonial Metals Group Retirement Protection Kit. Or call 800-747-6589. That's 800-747-6589. Call now to receive your free home safe and up to $7,500 in free silver.
Check this out.
On the weekend, take a journey with the People's Mayor.
Curtis Sliwa is a politician who says don't trust politicians.
It's Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Sliwa.
The iconic, the legendary Curtis Sliwa.
This city doesn't sleep, and neither does Curtis Sliwa on Another Side of Midnight.
Oh, yeah.
Now, to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Sliwa.
Oh, yeah. This could well be the theme song for Donald Trump, who later on we will describe as part of our Labor Day discussion of the parade, how, like Grover Cleveland, should say Alexander, right? Grover Cleveland Alexander. Wasn't that the pitcher for the St. Louis Cardinals, half in the bag, that Ronald Reagan played? Remember when they were playing the World Series against the Yankees? That was a great movie. Did I have that right? I don't know. Maybe I'm off to a wrong start here, but I'm pretty sure that I'm talking correct here. But, oh, man, we got a lot to discuss. So much as I take you to the break of dawn. And remember, I'm going to be taking you on a historical tour also, where Grover Cleveland, not Alexander. Am I right or wrong here, ladies and gentlemen? Help me out. I've been having one of my Biden moments in the last 20 minutes. I guess it comes with having crescendoed over the 70-year marker. Grover Cleveland Alexander and Grover Cleveland the president. Grover, right, wasn't he one of the cast characters on Sesame Street, right? I mean, right? I'm pretty sure I hit the troika, the trifecta, the trinity there. Door number one, Grover Cleveland Alexander. Am I correct that it was Ronald Reagan who played that great St. Louis pitcher in the bullpen, half in the bag against the Yankees in the World Series? Grover Cleveland, President of the United States, and that is what specifically Donald Trump is trying to become, the second president to serve non-consecutive presidential terms, as Grover Cleveland did. And then, of course, there's Grover, right? Wasn't Grover one of the Sesame Street characters? I don't need you to answer that. I'm asking all of our listeners out there. Oh, man, we got door number one, door number two, door number three. We're starting right out of the box. We're flying out of the box. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC. Time to wake up. Time to get proactive. So can't have that hangover lingering over you from the WABC extravaganza that Tony Orlando with Dawn was just discussing, the aftermath of. It's time to shove on. And boy, we got a show of all shows. Again, I'm going to repeat it as if I were Monty Hall. Door number one, Grover Cleveland Alexander. Was he, in fact, the great pitcher for the St. Louis Cardinals, half in the bag, in the bullpen during the World Series against the Yankees, played by Ronald Reagan? Was I correct there? Grover Cleveland, was he the only president to serve non-consecutive presidential terms? That right now, if Donald Trump has his way, he will be the second president to do such. And was, in fact, Grover a character on Sesame Street? Well, you get the Curtis Lewa Booby Prize if you hit all three. Don't ask, don't tell. It's so cheap here. I throw nickels around like manhole covers, so maybe you'll end up with my belly button lint, and I'll send it to you in an envelope. COD, cash on delivery. You got to pay for it. Even though you may have to wear a hazmat suit and a respirator when opening it. God only knows where my belly button lint has been. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC. And what a great song, Cult of Personality, to lead off. Because truly that is what Donald Trump has created in his life and times, a cult of personality. The MAGA supporters, the Trumpers. They are distinct amongst all Republicans because you got to be a MAGA guy. You got to be a Trumper. There's no half-stepping or you get called a rhino. Republican in name only. Trust me, I get called that all the time. So I know what a rhino is, except when you're actually in the jungle and you see the rhinoceros, ain't nobody messes with the hippopotamus or the rhinoceros. Or you get turned into speed bumps if they decide to charge. I don't know what I'd rather be crushed by, an elephant, a rhino, or a hippopotamus. Try spelling hippopotamus, please, and you may also win a Curtis Lewa Booby Prize. Don't ask, don't tell. Remember, I throw nickels around like manhole covers, but I could never spell hippopotamus. I remember 3 times in my elementary and junior high school career where I failed a test that had to do with spelling because I couldn't spell hippopotamus. Now, I know what a hippopotamus is. I just can't spell it. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC. Well, let's look at the lineup card. This is the hype. The greatest debate of all times, not. They always say this about debates, but let's face it, there's a lot of hype. Everybody knows Trump. You either love him or you hate him. There's nobody who's like medza, poco. You either hate the guy or you love the guy. Harris, on the other hand, giggles. Nobody really knows Harris. This is almost going to be her debut, in which she comes out on that stage, and she'll either make it or break it in the first 30 minutes. Remember, it's a 90-minute debate, 2 breaks. But most folks will watch the first 30 minutes and then begin to fade off. They'll begin to fade off. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. Trump was in Wisconsin. He's been packing in the crowds. That's part of his debate preparation. He's never been one to be sitting in a room Remember the last time in Cleveland when Trump had a meltdown and wouldn't let Vice President Biden talk? His adversary in warm-ups, playing the role of Biden, was Shamu El Jefe Chris Christie. I can't imagine why they chose Shamu El Jefe Chris Christie. Has nothing in common with Biden. There he is, going up and down the Jersey Shore from Wildwood to Point Pleasant in search of trying to sink Trump. Every day of his life is spent that way. God only knows in a few hours he'll be with Twinkle Toes Stephanopoulos on ABC saying nothing about nothing. And yes, he has been recruited to go up to Yale University to teach a class on how to run for political office. Oh, my God. Well, you know, there's the port of New Haven right there. Ships come into the port. I know we used to pick my father up, National Maritime Union member, 54 years. We'll be talking about that later on. Because, yes, I was at the Labor Day parade. I know it's not on Labor Day. It's always the weekend after. And I'm there every year with the Guardian Angels. Every year. Disappointing that so few people attend and watch it from outside the barriers on Fifth Avenue. But, oh, my God, it's endless in terms of the number of unions that parade up Fifth Avenue. We're going to get to all of that. But really, preparation for the debate, Vice President Harris stopped at a spice shop in Pittsburgh. She's been hunkered down in Pittsburgh. I don't think she's had any public appearances since she was in New Hampshire on Wednesday. So she's decided putting all her chips on this debate. Got to spend all of her time trying to survive those first 30 minutes. Because if she survives, she wins.
What do you say to diplomats that are concerned for their safety? And is the U.S. doing anything to address that situation? And then I have a follow-up on Afghanistan.
Okay.
Yeah, that ain't going to cut it in the debate. So, no laughing gas, right? Probably they'll come up with revisionism and saying all that time that Vice President Harris had some severe dental issues, which early history presidents did. I mean, look at George Washington. He had wooden teeth. Had to have all of his teeth taken out. And so in order to suppress the pain, she would take laughing gas every day. Why not? Well, see if that'll fly, right? Meantime, there was Donald Trump somewhere, Wisconsin, near La Crosse. I mean, look, if you're not a battleground state, you're not going to see these folks. You're just not going to see these folks. They spend all their time there. And he was promising to end all foreign wars, which has been a winning philosophy, strategy in past campaigns. But I don't think it's going to amount for one vote.
Except for day one.
Look,
he's going crazy. Except for day one.
Meaning?
I want to close the border, and I want to drill.
That's
not
retribution.
I'm going to be, you know, he keeps, we love this guy. He says, you're not going to be a dictator, are you? I said, no, other than day one.
Other than day one. Now, he loves to twist those phrases, which drives the left nuts, but it also fuels them by saying, hey, we got to vote for Kamala or Zippy the Chimp, whatever. We got to stop Trump. It's hate that drives the vote. Nobody ever votes because they love somebody. Come on. Love Fest doesn't attract a vote. Hate. The last election cycle drew a phenomenal number of voters, even though it was COVID, even though it was right in the middle of the lockdown and pandemic, because both sides viscerally hated one another. I mean, with a passion. There was nothing that was going to stop them from voting because hate. Love, sorry, love never drives you to do anything but have the urge to merge. Certainly doesn't drive you to vote. Oh, I love somebody, I'm going to go vote. No, never works. Let's go to the phones here, and to Olga, who's calling all the way from Omaha, Nebraska, the heartland of America. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Olga.
Hi, I'm calling about Grover Cleveland Alexander, the famous baseball player. He was the first baseball player ever inducted into the Hall of Fame. And I might add, he was my husband's great uncle.
How do you like that? That you'd be listening in the heartland of America, Omaha, Nebraska, where Warren Buffett just celebrated, his 94th birthday, the Sage of Omaha.
And I have run into Warren Buffett several times here in Omaha. He's a very nice man, very nice.
Let me ask you a question. So you're listening, and you probably did not expect me to mention somebody that's in your lineage, Grover Cleveland Alexander. Did you ever see the movie that Ronald Reagan...
Day played his wife in the movie Ronald Reagan, The Winning Team. And something my husband, Alan Peterson, he passed away 2 years ago from cancer. And Alan's mother used to talk about the movie The Winning Team, that in real life, Grover's wife never went to one of his baseball games. Never would have done that.
Wow, never.
Never.
Now, is it true that when Grover Cleveland Alexander, the pitcher played by Ronald Reagan in the movie, was in the dugout or the bullpen, he was known to have a little bit of a flask and get a little warm and toasty?
Might have. You might be quite right about that, here and there.
But there's no doubt he was a great pitcher.
Oh, he was wonderful, wonderful. But he was my husband's mother's brother's, oh boy, I'm getting confused on that. You know how that goes.
Oh, trust me.
It was his great uncle.
If you wait up all 6 hours, which I hope you do till the break of dawn, you will be very confused by the time I finish this program. Question, you're in the heartland of America. You're in Omaha, Nebraska. How are you listening to WABC?
On my Apple iPhone.
Oh, that's so good.
On the app. I might mention, many years ago, I worked at a radio station in Lincoln, Nebraska called KLMS Radio, 1480 on the dial AM, and I worked there for 10 years as traffic director. I ran all the commercials when they were supposed to run, and best job I ever had in my life. And a couple of weeks ago, we had a reunion with about 10 people that were still around, and it was so good to see them. And I love listening to your radio station, and I love you too, Curtis. I mean, you and Sid are my two favorites.
Well, thank you, Olga. In fact, I remember going to Lincoln, home of the University of Nebraska, and getting getting a experimental treatment for my jaw, which would solidify my jaw since it's been broken so many times. There was a professor there who was into dental treatments, and he was willing to use me as a guinea pig. I must tell you this, Olga, I enjoyed going to Lincoln. I enjoyed my time there, spent one day at the University of Nebraska. I spoke at a nearby high school in order to sort of earn my way. But that treatment didn't work.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that.
That's all right.
But at least they tried.
That's right. And then I soon found out when somebody punched me in my jaw that it didn't work. You know why? Because it fractured.
Oh, boy.
No, it's okay. It's okay. But, Olga, continue to listen. And this is an example, ladies and gentlemen, wherever you're listening all over the world, that we have people who are using the modern technology to listen to us crystal clear. In your case, Olga, in the heartland of America, Omaha, Nebraska.
WABC.
That's it. And remember, from the furthest reaches of the world, as soon as it becomes dusk, you can hear us all over the world, 177 countries now, still working, as John Catsimatidis says, on Antarctica, where the walrus is, and the penguins, and the scientists studying the melting of the world because of global warming, climate change. I know most of you don't believe that, but I do. Are in their little igloos, hoping to hear WABC, but the app has not reached there yet. Our number's 1-800-848-9222.
It's Another Side of Midnight. 77 WABC. This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Joy to be near you. Won't you hear with me? It's a joy to be near you. I want you here with me. Lady, can't you see just how much you mean to me? Get a thrill each time I'm near you. I get such a rush, crave to feel your tender touch. Magic moment, paradise. Oh, baby, life is too damn short to let you get away. Here to say I need your love. Oh, baby, there's no greater pleasure than you give to me. Hear me, baby, I want you to know. It's a joy.
Filled with joy.
Joy to be.
Vice President Kamala Harris has been hunkered down in Pittsburgh. Went to a spice shop earlier on Saturday, and I thought possibly she was getting the endorsement of the Spice Girls, even though many of them hate one another. Well, it actually, she went to the spice shop. I have no idea why. I guess because got to stay close at home to do the debate prep. And again, as I look at it, 90 minutes, 3 periods, it's like playing a hockey game. Just, if I were giving her advice, focus on the first 30 minutes. Fake out Trump by not attacking him at all and just talk policy. Because nobody knows who she is and what she stands for. She looks good, pleasant personality, smile a lot. Get real deep into policy, and that'll throw Trump in that first 30 minutes, takes a break. He'll recalibrate. He might all of a sudden turbocharge the attacks, or he may just try to match her point for point. But everyone's expecting that she's going to come out of the box and say, you know, I was a prosecutor for so many years, and I put guys like you in jail. That's not going to be a good strategy.
We will restore law and order to our communities, and we will respect our police again.
Well, that'll work some places. We know a lot of places that won't work. It should work, right? But then again, she's going to say the same. She's going to say the same thing. She's not going to. She's going to pimp off of Trump's ride. But if she throws a few surprises into the mix in the first 30 minutes, policy-wise, almost ignores Trump like he's a person of no consequence, you're going to F with his mind because he's always used to being the focus of attention.
Wrong.
Yeah, no, Trump, you always are. If somebody were to walk into a room and ignore you, you would be crestfallen.
Not good.
That's right. First 30 minutes, can you imagine if she didn't mention his name not once? He'd be like, wait, I'm Donald Trump. I know she wants to attack me. I know it. Does this mean I got to open up a broadside attack on her? That would be a mistake. So if I were advising Kamala Harris, say, hey, look, you don't got 90 minutes in you. And most American attention span will be lucky if they hang with the debate for 30 minutes. Anybody who hangs with the debate more than 30 minutes has already made up their mind. They're either pro-Trump or they're pro-Harris, right? They just want to watch it. But people who haven't made up their mind, probably first 30 minutes, I got it. I know which way I'm going, right? Or they may just wait until the last 12 days of the election cycle, which is usually what independents do, and then they break one way or the other. In 2016, they broke for Trump over Hillary. In 2020, they broke for Biden over Trump. And that's why you had those margins of victory very small, just like Grover Cleveland had Again, the only president to serve non-consecutive presidential terms. The difference was when he ran against a sitting president, Benjamin Harrison. Benjamin Harrison did not campaign at all, and it wasn't because they were using a basement strategy. It said his wife had tuberculosis. He did not campaign at all as Grover Cleveland went for re-election. His wife passed away 2 weeks before the election. Imagine a campaign in which the sitting president didn't spend a day of campaigning. That's not what this is. We saw Biden tried. He just wasn't up to prime time, so they swapped him out for Harris. I mean, think of that strategy, right? If you were saying, Harris, don't think you can go 90 minutes with Trump. You just can't. Give it your best for 30 minutes. Come out, all your policies, everything that people... They don't even know what you stand for. For the first time, many people are going to be hearing what your policies are. Who the hell cares that you're making it up as you go or you're pimping off of Trump? It's the first time they're ever going to hear you and know anything about you. She's not Hillary. People knew all about Hillary like Trump. They either loved her or they hated her. Same thing with Trump. With Harris, I was out at the Labor Day parade earlier on Saturday with the Guardian Angels. Look, I'm there every year with the Guardian Angels. And there were people holding up Harris banners because their unions endorsed her. And when I had a little conversation with them, they really don't know much about it. Don't know much about it. I mean, let's face it. If you follow politics day by day, you know about it. Most Americans don't. They've been introduced to Kamala Harris. She wears nice pantsuits. She comes out on the stage. She waves. She smiles. She seems to be child-friendly, very important. The only thing we haven't seen her with are pets, if you know. There's no dogs, no cats, right? We've seen the coach, we've seen the scarecrow from Minnesota with the football helmet on. I'm the coach. He's got his dog side by side. They already did a TikTok on that. But notice the presidential campaign is no pets. Well, Trump, he's like pet averse. Don't bring a pet near me. He does not like pets. You never see him petting a dog or talking about cats. I keep them away from me. They'll get their hair on my suit. But he was in Wisconsin and talking about how he would end all wars, and I believe he would. But to be honest with you, I don't think that's going to move one vote. It's going to be all about coin in your pocket. What is the economy like in your household, in your life? Inflation, because that certainly is something you recognize when you go to the supermarket and the gas station. The migrant issue and abortion. It's going to be those four issues.
I'll sign the final papers as soon as I get into the Oval Office, and we will have a national emergency, and we will then be sued, and they will sue us in the Ninth Circuit, even though it shouldn't be there. And we will possibly get a bad ruling, and then we'll get another bad ruling, and then we'll end up in the Supreme Court, and hopefully we'll get a fair shake, and we'll win in the Supreme Court, just like the ban. They sued us in the Ninth Circuit, and we lost, and then we lost.
All right, enough already, but if he does this in the debate, it's over. It's a slam dunk for Harris. He loves to get self-consumed like that. It's like, okay, you know what the hell you're talking about, but other than maybe Alan Dershowitz, does anybody else know what you're talking about?
And I'll sign the final papers as soon as I get into the Oval Office.
You got to get elected first. They're not going to let you in the Oval Office unless, like Grover Cleveland, you're able to serve non-consecutive presidential terms. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. Let's go to Gary in Inwood. Your turn to be heard, Gary.
Good morning, Curtis. A piece of information on the late President Grover Cleveland. Last month, I'm visiting my son in Buffalo. He said, Dad, we're going to go out for lunch. I said, where are we going? He said, it'll explain itself when we get there. When we arrive, I look at the sign. It says Grover's Saloon. His hunting lodge is a hamburger joint.
A hamburger joint. Well, I know he was. Yep. I know he was mayor of Buffalo, then went on to become governor of New York. But he loved New Jersey. He really loved New Jersey. I think he died in Princeton. I think he was born in New Jersey. I'm forgetting where, but a Jersey boy who made his mark in New York State, in the western part of New York State. In that era, Buffalo was a very powerful place to be.
Grover's Saloon.
Grover's Saloon.
Yeah, that's his former hunting lodge. Very interesting.
Well, I know he used to love to fish. In fact, in between times that he was president, he came to New York City. Remember, he was saddled with the controversy of having an illegitimate child, in which he finally admitted, yes, he did pay child support. So the Democrats, actually, it was the Republicans. See, I'm getting a little screwy here, a little vertical. It was actually the Republicans who would say, Mama, where's my pa? Can you believe that at their rallies? You know, when all of a sudden Grover Cleveland would show up, the Republican operatives would be there, Mama, where's my pa? And upon election at the White House, when they had their celebration for Grover Cleveland's second term, remember, the only president to serve non-consecutive presidential term, something Trump is hoping for, the response from the victorious Democrats was, ha, 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 ha. Kept it kind of simple, no foul language, no XXX rated images, very simple. Kind of easy to understand. And remember, they love Grover Cleveland. He was the first Democrat elected since the Civil War. As you know, Democrats supported slavery. They were on the outside looking in for a lot of years. And it wasn't until the Republicans decided to pick a guy from Maine, of all places, like as if he were Muskie. What the hell is that guy's name? Blaine from Maine. That's right. That's how I remember it. Blaine from Maine, who had an Irish Catholic mother. And remember, the Republicans hated Catholics at that time. Hated him. Hated Catholics. They loved Protestants and hated Catholics. And so that was the opening for Grover Cleveland to beat Blaine the first time. And remember, they had what they called battleground states. Yeah, battleground states. You know what the battleground states were then? New York, Connecticut, New Jersey, and Indiana. That's where they spent most of their time campaigning back then. Because it was the Electoral College that got Grover Cleveland elected, just like Trump. He lost the popular vote. Boy, see, now I'm very confused. He lost it to Benjamin Harrison. But he lost that election to Benjamin Harrison, who was a senator of Indiana. This is while Grover Cleveland was the president. So back to back. Wow, back to back. Sitting presidents lost to challengers. Boy, it's coming fast and furiously now. Let's go to Eduardo in Tampa. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Eduardo.
Thank you, Curtis. The first question that you should ask Kamala Harris is, your boss, President Biden, started the bus and air flights for illegals. That's on record. We know about that. They want to pretend it was us, but it was them who started that. That should be the first question she'd ask her.
All right, that's a good one. Now, remember, they're going to try to limit any kind of conversation back and forth between the candidates, which I think is unfortunate, by closing the microphones. But let's say one of the inquisitors from ABC would have asked that. I think if I were Harris, I would say, well, remember, these are from 4 countries that we don't have a relationship with, clearly Venezuela, Nicaragua, Cuba, and Haiti, because there's really no government there. Remember, this gang leader named Barbecue pretty much runs it. I think that's very nuanced, Edward. I think it would be better if Trump just focused on the mad rush across the border by everybody, just by everybody.
Yeah, and speaking of illegal immigration, especially in Aurora, Colorado, the Perez brothers, they're part of that gang. They got out. They're on the street.
$1,000 bill.
Yeah, how about that? Yep.
You take over apartment buildings with AK-47s And they catch you. They say, okay, we'll give you $1,000 bail. And they bond it out.
Amazing.
They bond it out.
Yeah. I'm going to make him a shopping list. Yeah, I think I can make bail.
Exactly. $1,000 bail. I mean,
oh my goodness.
When you're watching back in Venezuela, because remember, they get international TV, they get Telemundo, they get Univision, they see all this. They say, man, we better rush to the border before, if Trump gets elected, he's going to seal it. We better get into the United States now. Imagine you could take over a whole apartment building at gunpoint in America. You get caught, and they give you $1,000 bail. You bond yourself out, and you're able to continue to do it.
Yeah. You know what I heard also before I go? 60% of youth in Africa want to leave. Guess what? They're probably going to go to Germany. That's probably closer than the U.S. It's Germany or the U.S. that people want to go to. Those two. They think they're high end.
Right. Could you blame them, Eduardo? I mean, look, everybody wants to come to America. Even people who hate America want to come to America because the quality of life is better, the opportunity is better. And even if you hate America, you could come to America, burn the flag, hate the country, and still live a prosperous life. You can't do that anywhere else in the world.
You can't do that over there. No, you'll go to jail or you'll be killed. Yeah.
Or ostracized, meaning to the point where you can't find. Here, they're experiencing the American way. You get to burn the American flag. Yep. You get to basically defecate on everything that's America because that's what we tolerate. Hey. Yep. That's if you hate America, you say the place I want to go is America because I get to be a hater there more than anywhere else.
Yep, definitely.
Oh, yeah, get ready, Eduardo.
Right,
get ready because if Harris gets elected the president, they're all coming to DeSantis land, man. They're coming through shark-infested waters. They're going to continue to bum rush from Cuba, from Haiti. One way or another, they'll find their way there. And then the Dominicans, they do the hop, skip, and a jump to Puerto Rico because once they're in Puerto Rico, they're in the United States. So they don't even have to come to Florida. No. They take the ferry from the DR to the PR, and that's it. They're home. Have you ever been to Puerto Rico of late? You see all the Dominicans there in Puerto Rico? How do you think they got there? You think they swam there? Hell no, they took the ferry there. They just didn't take the ferry going back. A one-way trip. 1-800-848-9222. That would be like taking the Staten Island ferry to Staten Island and never coming back, which they don't want you to do. You see, in Staten Island, there are about 550,000 people. They want to keep it that way. You want to go there, right? You take the Staten Island ferry to the North Shore. You see Ferry Hawk Stadium right there that John Catsimatidis owns. Maybe you take in a ball game, right? You have a dirty water hot dog, and right away they say, we don't want you here. Get the hell on that ferry and go back. Yep. They don't do that in Puerto Rico, though. Hey, come in. It's like nobody talks about that entry point into the United States. How many people come in through Puerto Rico, and the next thing they know, they're in the United States, mainland, right? But it's a port of entry. Nobody even figures that out. You ask most Dominicans who have come here illegally, and they'll tell you, oh, we came through Puerto Rico. It's a hell of a lot shorter to Puerto Rico from the DR than it is going to Florida. Our number's 1-800-848-9222.
It's Another Side of Midnight. Now, to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Oh, the debate that the whole world will be watching, at least the first 30 minutes.
She kept looking down, up. Nobody wants to cover it. I know all about notes. I mean, it's all right if people know that, but she wasn't supposed to have notes. So she's asked a question. She looks down. She had notes. That means she knew that she knew what was happening.
Did her campaign, when they said that they wanted to change the rules that they had agreed to, did they ask for notes? Did they ask for the...
They wanted notes.
They wanted to be seated, and they wanted your mic hot.
They wanted a desk.
They didn't want to do it. I said, you got to do a stand-up.
After they already agreed to the other.
Yeah, but they wanted a desk from the beginning. You know who else wanted a desk?
Who cares about this crap? Standing desk notes. It's all a distraction. I wouldn't care if I was debating Harris. You want a teleprompter. You want notes. You want an earpiece, people feeding answers to you. Go ahead. Knock yourself out. Come on, Trump. You've been through this how many times? You can do this in your sleep. Stop the whining. Stop it. Oh, my God. The angle to the dangle. If I look to my left, I can't look to my right. Who the hell cares? Just get it over. People are only going to be paying attention to the first 30 minutes. The undecided voters. Everybody else has made up their mind. And don't tell me they haven't. Except for Dershowitz. I love this, right? Dershowitz says, I'm leaving the Democratic Party. Okay, so does this mean you're voting for Donald Trump? Well, I'll wait till the last day to make that decision, yeah, to see if your wife lets you vote for Donald Trump. Come on, admit it. You're a Maytag. And then, of course, there's not left versus right. That legitimately does pit two people who are inalienably opposed. But I love Judge Weinberg, right? Oh, he's a common sense Democrat. He sounds more like a Republican than the Republicans. The only one who's a Democrat any longer on the 5 o'clock roundtable discussion is clearly my husband-in-law, David Patterson, as he continues his defense of Eric Adams, swagger man with no plan, who is cresting down in an endless cycle into the abyss.
I think we're looking at a mayor who is being bludgeoned, but really at heart is a hero for this.
Yeah, you keep thinking Eric Adams is a hero. I was at the Labor Day parade with the Guardian Angels. We're there every year. Man, the guy was getting booed. The curses were flying, David Patterson. I realize that's something you can't see, but certainly you could hear that. The reception was not good for a mayor who was given sweetheart contracts to all the civil unions. I mean, he sweetened them up. That ain't going to be good enough, Eric. By the way, you know what happened? About halfway through the parade, who comes up to me to shake my hand in front of everybody? Because he saw the response I was getting from union members. Brad Lander, the controller of the city of New York. I got that picture. I'm going to post it tomorrow. And he said, I'll see you in July. You know what that means. He thinks now that Eric Adams is wounded and bleeding, and that the vulture, Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo, may end up crashing and burning when he is grilled on the Hill by Nicole Malliotakis on Tuesday about the 15,000 elderly people he's responsible for killing. That it may just leave Brad Lander ahead of the socialists, because that's what he is. And then again, who's going to take me on in the Republican Party? I need challenges. I need people to jump into the ring. I need debates. We need to have debates. No coronation. I'm one of the few who says I love to debate. I love to stand on a corner. I'd love to be able to do the Douglas-Lincoln debates. 7 debates they had running for the U.S. Senate in 1958. And although Lincoln lost that election, it built him up to run for the presidency, the first Republican Party candidate. That's right, the party of Lincoln, although you never hear that anymore. Oh, no, it's the party of Reagan, the party of Trump. Excuse me, there's Abraham Lincoln, without which there wouldn't be a Republican Party. How quickly they forget. Let's go to Joan, who's calling from Manhattan. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Joan.
Oh, hi, Curtis. You know, every time I'm waiting on the phone, I almost forget what I was going to talk about, and you talk about so many other things that I want to react to. So ultimately, I wanted to ask you about what you know, some detail about these scandals that are kind of burgeoning around Mayor Adams. But that's the reason for my call. But I also wanted to say, while I was holding on, you said everybody wants to come here. That's really not true anymore. I mean, of course, if you're in a poverty-stricken third world country, you're much better off in America. But other people, they don't come here. If they have a choice, they go to Canada, they go to Australia, they go to Europe, because the life expectancy is much longer in those countries than here. I met a Hungarian woman, a young woman in her 20s. She was working as a waitress in New York, and she said she had already taken out citizenship in Canada. She was just working in New York. She wanted to get the feel of what she called the New York experience, but she's going back to Canada. She said, I'm a waitress. I don't have health insurance. If I get sick, I'm screwed. In Canada, I'm protected. And lots of people would go to Canada rather than here. Lots of people living here wish they could go to Canada. So I just wanted to say that. But also,
well, look, Joan, I would welcome the Canadians, in this case Trudeau Jr., accepting Americans. They only have 40 million people in all of Canada, right. And they have way more land than we do.
I know they do. They have a lot of space. They're very sparsely populated.
Well, there's a reason, Joan. It looks bucolic from the outside, but when you're in Canada, as I've been in Canada often, in fact, they flagged me in Toronto, said I can't go to Toronto anymore. I'm a danger to Toronto, Mr. Vigilante Curtis, even though they let 50 Cent come in and out, let's just say he posted a huge bond to be able to go there and do his concert and leave with Canadian dollars. Me, they kept in a holding cell, Joan. When you take my passport, right, the old-fashioned one, it's flagged. You get a piece of paper from the province of Ontario. It's like the size of a wall map when you pull it out. All the reasons to keep Curtis out of Ontario. But I don't have a problem going to the western provinces. I don't have a problem going to the Atlantic provinces, just to Ontario. So I'm sick and tired of talking about Canada. Although I welcome calls from Canada because we know that many, many Canadians are bored by Canadian talk radio. It is boring. I've appeared on most of the shows. Nothing like WABC. Right there in Canada, in Quebec, in Ontario, in Saskatchewan, in Regina, where the Saskatoon, in Saskatoon, and across the Rocky Mountains, and in Calgary and Edmonton, and of course, where they've been smoking spliffs before it was legal. Vancouver, British Columbia.
Talk Radio 77, WABC.
Somebody said your debate performance was horrible. I said, why? Because you forced him out of government. But I believe she'll be just as bad. I believe she's maybe in many ways going to be worse because he wasn't really a radical left. But she is. She's real. He wasn't real. So I think she's going to be, in many ways, easier to beat than Joe Biden. What they did to him was disgraceful, by the way, and it really is a threat to democracy. It was.
This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Padre, Filio, Spiritu Sanctum. Turns out, Trump, the debating Joe Biden as early as you did was a mistake. Had you gone the natural debate cycle, first debate in September, he would have melted down and it would have been too late. They couldn't have swapped him out. But you wanted to debate him in June. Biden had to because he wanted to shore up his support in the Democratic Party. He melted down. Your microphones were off. You were restrained. So now you got Kamala Harris. And let the show begin. Again, it's a 90-minute debate with 2 breaks. My assumption in knowing how the average American has a very, very limited attention span, especially if you're not into politics, which is what most Americans are not into. They'll watch the first 30 minutes and that's it. They'll make a decision based on that. So Kamala's got to totally throw President Donald Trump by not even mentioning him. If you don't mention Donald Trump in the first half hour, my God, he'll think something's wrong. It'd be like being on with Sid Rosenberg and you don't mention Sid Rosenberg for a half hour.
You're a weirdo, you know that, bro?
He would have personality disorder at that moment. Woo! He would freak out. I don't think Trump has ever been in a room with someone who hasn't mentioned him within the first 30 minutes. That would be my strategy. That would mess with his medulla and cerebellum. Might actually buy her
a person
time.
That was governor, that tells you something.
Oh, man. Let's get it on. Tuesday, let's get it on.
Check this out. On the weekends, take a journey with the People's Mayor.
Curtis Lewa is a politician who says don't trust politicians.
It's Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa.
The iconic, the legendary Curtis Lewa.
This city doesn't sleep, and neither does Curtis Lewa on Another Side of Midnight.
Oh, yeah.
Now, to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
I've got vertigo. I know the Adams situation, and I'm not talking the Adams family. I'm talking Eric Adams' situation better than anyone alive. But yet, I too have vertigo from all of the moment-by-moment changes that are transpiring in the descent into political hell that this guy is making. Think of it. When he beat me in the general election, first off, he had already been anointed mayor. In winning the ranked choice voting against his Democratic opponents, the AOC chosen Maya Wiley, you know, the gal who's always on MSNBC, angry. And Kathy Garcia, who bailed de Blasio out over and over, the choice of the New York Times. He just barely beat them in ranked choice voting, and already he was being anointed a future president. They were referring to him as Mayor Eric Adams. Broadway Bill Lee and Tony, I was on the sideline saying, well, what about me? You know, there's a general election. They ignored me. And I warned everybody what would happen. Did I not warn everybody what would happen? I've known this guy more than 40 years. He's been in trouble every step of the way of his elected life. And he has escaped getting indicted and arrested for being greedy simply because he always knew that his complexion was his protection. Always knew that would keep him out of jail. and he always knew how to game the system, that if it looked like the walls were closing in, as a former cop, a house mouse for 22 years, he knew the bureaucratic intricacies of how to play the game. You don't really want me, you want somebody else. So, hey, if Al Slim Shady Sharpton could be a confidential informer and survive, so could I. He learned from the book of Sharpton. But none of you wanted to listen. No. You thought, hey, Curtis is just angry, right? He's mad. He's, as Sid Rosenberg said initially, he's upset and he's jealous, right? That's what they said. He's jealous. And then the guy wouldn't even shake my hand on the stage at Cipriani's, Bill O'Reilly, because I've outdone him in the mornings. I now lead in terms of the ratings of every segment with Sid. You listen to me Monday through Fridays at 7:20. Why would they listen to O'Reilly with Sid? He gives them oldie moldy stuff that he's already put out on his platforms. It's old stuff, Bill.
I have one question for you before we begin.
Sure.
All right. Does Sliwa consume LSD before it's on with you in the morning?
That's when I had said 3 days after the attempted assassination of Donald Trump that you will see the family will point to an urn and say, this is Shooter Boy's ashes, and everybody laughed at me, right? Including Bill O'Reilly. Yeah, you laugh. Meantime, every time I do the Rip and Read, or I end up talking with Sid in the morning at 7:20, now the highest rated segment of the 4-hour show, and the Rip and Read has just soared to new heights, I give fresh information. Aided and abetted by my wife Nancy, who does the deep dive. I don't give you oldie moldy stuff. I give you fresh stuff. And I have a guiding philosophy and an agreement with the owner and operator, John Katzimatidis. If I'm wrong, I'm gone. That means it's high noon every day. The stakes are, I could have to resign. I wouldn't wait to be fired. I would resign because that's my word. My word is my bond. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. If I'm wrong, I'm gone. And that hasn't been the case. But oh boy, have I been right. Have I been right. And for all of you who elected Eric Adams mayor, now you must suffer. You must suffer because I told you everything. You just didn't want to listen to a guy with a red beret, a red sateen jacket, and cats in the house, right? Oh, how could he be mayor? Because I'm honest. That's the number one thing. You have to have honesty and not chasing dollars. Because that's what's led to this guy's demise, and he's taking the entire city of New York down with him. And who would always get upset whenever he would have to listen to me, Bill O'Reilly? Because what would he say?
Curtis Sliwa, you know he's going to mention Mayor Adams. You know it. Okay? So if he's in the room, that's what Curtis is going to do sooner or later.
Yeah, but Bill, you see, I give you fresh stuff that you didn't know about Adams or the Adams administration. I don't serve you oldie moldy stuff and tell you, hey, there's 52 different ways you can access my program. There's only one way you can access my program, and it's right here on the number one station in the world, WABC. And my duty is 2 hours of research for every 1 hour on the air. And whatever my best show was, my last show, the next show better be better. And boy, when it comes to Eric Adams, nobody knows more about him because I got rats at City Hall. Oh, yeah, they eat the Parmesan cheese, and everybody knows it. And City Hall scrambles because they scratch their heads when they listen. People who are assigned to listen to me every time I'm on WABC, they say, how the blankety-blank did he know that? And I tell them straight up, you got holes in the ship, you got rats, and they tell me everything. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's deal with the reality of the sinking ship that so many of you thought that one day would sail up the Potomac River. And one day Eric Adams the new face of the Democratic Party, will become president of the United States. Some of you foolishly. Like my husband-in-law, the Governor David Paterson, who has been his number one sycophant, toady, and lackey. Always expect David Paterson to be there to defend the indefensible, as he will probably do in a few hours with John Catsimatidis 8 to 10, and then it'll be in the New York Post, because I can already predict it.
I think we're looking at a mayor who is being bludgeoned, but really at heart is a hero for this.
I want you to listen to maybe the dumbest thing I've ever heard in 35 years of Brad. Now, I realize he's getting paid well. I realize he's a paid spokesperson because he is the co-chairman of the Legal Defense Fund to raise money for Eric Adams' many defenses since the walls are closing in, along with that crook, Frank Carone from Brooklyn, who I know all about. All roads lead to Canarsie through the crooked Thomas Jefferson Democratic Club. But come on, David Paterson. Come on, a hero?
I think we're looking at a mayor who is being bludgeoned, but really at heart is a hero for this.
Yeah, well, guess what, David Paterson? You weren't at the annual Labor Day parade, as I am every year with the Guardian Angels. There was nobody from Local 32BJ applauding him, or DC 37, or 1199, or the Hotel Trades Council. They're normally in the bag for Eric Adams. They realize the end is near.
All my haters become my waiters when I sit down at the table of success.
Yeah. I'm your waiter. Hey, pal, guess what? You get ugats. You get bupkis from me. You don't even get a half a glass of water. But you see, this is what I deal with. I deal with so many people out there who think that I make this crap up. I have played for you over and over on a regular basis the guiding doctrine, the ideology that drives Eric Adams.
Show me the money. Show me the money. That's what it's all about.
And again, it's not AI-generated artificial intelligence. It was his very first words up in Albany when he was elected to the state Senate. That cauldron of corruption that involves corrupt Republicans and Democrats. I don't exempt my own. You see, when they're corrupt, they're corrupt. And the state assembly, led by the most corrupt of all, Carl Hastie, who doesn't have a place to hang out anymore since Consofrito is closed. We'll get to that. Hey, I feel for you, Carl. Well, you can't get wine, dine, and parking line anymore up in Consofrito. You're home away from home. You see, ladies and gentlemen, Eric Adams was up there, and all the lobbyists were coming up to him and saying, oh, you're the brand new state senator I see from Crown Heights and Bed-Stuy. Are you open for business? And he said to them, wine me, dine me, and pocket line me, like all the crooks up there. As soon as they get to Albany, it's sort of a culture of corruption. But he was the leader of the pack. Can I hear that one more time? This was his very first speech that Eric Adams made in front of family and friends as he was sworn into office, in front of his colleagues, Republicans and Democrats, crooks, and, of course, the media and all the lobbyists who were salivating, saying, wow, this guy talks our language.
Show me the money. Show me the money. That's what it's all about.
Oh, boy. So now what's Eric Adams going to do, okay? You see, I'm always ahead of the curve. You folks just regurgitate and repeat what you've heard before, but you don't come up with anything new. Boy, you better be ready for this, Broadway Billy. If you're not, I am going to hammer you because it's church time. What is the sanctuary for rogue politicians when they're in trouble? Church, especially a black church. So where do you think that Eric Adams would be today? In a number of black churches. How do I know? Because he has rats on his own police detail that don't like what he's doing. And although I'll be perfectly honest, they don't like me, because if I ever became mayor, I've told him straight up, you're gone. You better file for early pension and move to Florida and get an ice cream stand to augment your income at Port St. Lucie, spring training site for the New York Mets. I tell him straight up, man, you better retire. They don't like that, Broadway Bill Lee, but I think they appreciate the fact that Curtis Lee was serious. He knows what he wants and how he wants it, and he wants it to be honest. And that's something that's been lacking in this city for a long time, going way back before Eric Adams, way back before the crook of all crooks, Comrade Bill de Blasio, the part-time mayor, the dope from Park Slope, and his crooked wife, the grifter wife, Charlene. By the way, that guy came. I can't believe it. He must have arrived after I was there for the WABC gala, because it would have been such a stain. I would have felt soiled that I had to take a hot shower before I did the best side of the other side of midnight. Can you believe that? Comrade Bill de Blasio is trying to resuscitate himself, resurrect himself, like Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo, like in this case Eric Adams, because Eric Adams is on the ropes. And historically, where do all rogue politicians go when they're on the ropes? Yes, Broadway Bill Lee to Tony, to the one place that can forgive almost everything, a black church. Remember Bobby Menendez, the crook of all crooks? Didn't I tell you he was a crook? Didn't I tell you back in 2016, don't believe the hype, that the reason that the Obama Department of Justice is prosecuting him for corruption is because he stood up to Barack Obama about having a working relationship with the Ayatollahs in Iran and giving them billions of dollars on pallets? Didn't I tell you that was all a ruse? As a cover-up to his corruption, but oh no, you just want to repeat what everybody else says. And I did the deep dive. And I told you it was the corruption of the most corrupt doctor who has ever put his beak in the trough of Medicare and Medicaid. The infamous Dr. Melchin, an ophthalmologist based in Florida, who if you had macular degeneration, you were losing your eyesight, would charge us, the taxpayers, for shots right in your eyeball that were not the medicine, but were water. Whoa, what a dirtbag, right? Water. And we paid him millions of dollars. Best friend of Bobby Menendez. But, oh, no, you said, oh, no. Oh, it's the Department of Justice of Barack Obama that's trying to hang their own Democrat. And remember, the jury was split because it was a Newark jury. And then he got indicted again. And where did he go, Broadway Bill Lee? And where did he go, Tony, every time he was under indictment? To Trenton, New Jersey, and would go on Sundays to black churches, even though he's a Cubano who really never liked black people. If you ever knew Bobby Menendez, he went along Bergen Line Avenue, he went into Union, the Cuban areas. They tell you, man, this guy, he doesn't like the Morenos. No, he doesn't like them, man. He didn't even like, Minnie Minoso. Remember how black Minnie Minoso was, Chicago White Sox? He was a black Cuban. He didn't even like Minnie Minoso. Sammy Sosa, but he was Dominican. And by the way, he's whiter than I am now. He's been bleached whiter than that pedophile on a pedestal Michael Jackson is. You wouldn't even recognize slamming Sammy Sosa. He's actually, he'll call himself a victim of a whiteout. He's covered himself with whiteout. Anyway, you caused me to digress. So where do you think Eric Adams is going to go? The sanctuary for all rogues. Like Bill Clinton, remember? Bill Clinton was in trouble because of Monica Lewinsky. All of a sudden, he discovered the Bible that he would never read when he was in all those Super 8s and Motel 6 doing the nasty with some trailer trash like Paula Jones. Remember? He got the Bible right there. He would never read the Bible. All of a sudden, he gets caught with Monica Lewinsky showing up with the Bible at every church. White church, black church. The sanctuary for every political rogue. When you're in trouble, they tell you, find a black church. Look at Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo. Every Sunday, find a black church. They'll give you forgiveness. Where do you think Eric Adams is going today, right? You think he's going to A.R. Bernard's church? I've made it so difficult for A.R. Bernard. I bust his chops every time he comes in to do the show with Rabbi Joe Patassi. Hey, Rabbi, hey, A.R. Bernard, when are you going to have me at your mega church? Me, I'm from Canarsie. I can actually tell you where Lucchese bodies were buried under your mega church right there in what used to be junkyards in the shadow of Starrett City, where the junkyards used to be off of Linden Boulevard and Pennsylvania Avenue. And he gets a chuckle. Has he invited me there? No, because I'm not a rogue. See, if you're a rogue and you're in trouble, you seek out a black church. So where is Eric Adams going to be today? And how would I know this, Broadway Billy and Tony? See, I'm giving you new stuff, not oldie moldy stuff I'm not repeating. All right, so let's get this straight. At about 11 o'clock, he will be at the Power and Authority. No, it has nothing to do with the Port Authority and nothing to do with Con Ed. He will be at the Power and Authority Evangelical Ministry Sunday service.
I walk in the Spirit of God. I talk in the Spirit of God. 35 years ago, I set my GPS, my God position and satellite, and I've been on one course and one destination.
Sheffield Avenue, East New York. Not far from Reverend A.R. Bernard's church.
And what he said is absolutely right. So there was a man sent from God whose name was Eric Adams. And you just heard him speak.
Yeah.
30-something years ago, I woke up out of my sleep in a cold sweat. God spoke to my heart and said, you are going to be the mayor January 1st, 2022. And the message was clear. God stated, you cannot be silent. You must tell everyone you know. Because it's a Judges 7, verse 2 through 7 moment. Because when you win the battle, I don't want you to think that you won on your own. And I don't want people to think that you won because of you who you are.
Yeah. And black people, yeah. Come on, man. Come on, how many times do you go through this?
I can't be God-like, Muslim, Buddhist.
Yeah, I'm sure that goes over well in a black evangelical church. Oh, by the way, I notice Reverend A.R. Bernard is not having him at his mega church in a few hours. I guess I made it so he knows I'm going to be all over that. So now he goes to the First Church, black church on Sheffield, East New York, which is a sanctuary there for rogues in trouble, political trouble. You always go to East New York, Brownsville. Got to go to a black church. Look at Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo. He's always going to churches in Brooklyn, black churches in Brooklyn. So where's the second church? It ain't going to be good enough, man. One church, oh no, he's got to go to the Black Holy Rollers. So by about 12 noon, he's going to be delivering remarks at Changing Lives Christian Center Sunday service. Right there at 1848 Linden Boulevard.
You have to just sit back and let God do his thing. And so prayer is not, I am asking for something to come. Prayer is, let your will be done.
So you see, ladies and gentlemen, I give you stuff in advance, whereas everybody else just repeats what is or what they think. I know what he's doing in advance because his advance team, his police security squad, has leaks. They don't like what he's doing with the mayoralty, and I'll be perfectly honest with you. I don't like some of them, and they don't like some of me. It's clear. I was offered police protection when I became the Republican nominee. That always takes place. Whoever the Republican nominee is, you're offered police protection. Eric Adams was offered police protection when he was a Democratic nominee, but he said, I ain't going to let Sliwa get one up on me. He ain't taking police protection. My attitude was, we need cops to patrol the street. We don't need cops to protect Curtis Lewa. And he said, man, I ain't going to let him get one up on me. So he didn't take any police protection. Because he had all those former cops of the 100 blacks in law enforcement. And that's okay. But they weren't active cops. We need our cops to be patrolling our streets. We're in a crime crisis. We don't need cops protecting politicians, especially those who hate cops. And there are many. I'm not saying Eric Adams is that. He's not. But let's face it, members of city council, oh, my God, and they get police protection. They hate cops. Oh, boy. So you know what time it is today. It's Eric Adams.
I would not be the mayor of the city of New York if it wasn't that God saw something in me. I am the most perfectly imperfect human being. I am here not because I'm the smartest, not because I'm the brightest. I'm here because in all my heart, I believe that it's the Esther 4 and 14th moment. God made me for such a time like this.
Oh, don't you love these guys, right? They cite biblical passage. They ain't never read the Bible. You think Eric Adams read the Bible? You think Andrew Evil-Eyes Cuomo, who quotes Bible scripture, you think he ever read it? Bill Clinton? Come on.
Do you fundamentally believe in the separation of church and state from a governing standpoint?
No, what I believe is that you cannot separate your faith. Government should not interfere with religion, and religion should not interfere with government. But I believe my faith pushes me forward on how I govern and the things that I do.
Come on. The sanctuary for all political rogues, I don't care if they're black, white, Hispanic, is the black church.
And so today we proclaim that this city, New York City, is a place where the mayor of New York is a servant of God. Thank you. Continue to pray for us.
You're going to need that prayers, pal. You're going to need it. You see what I mean, ladies and gentlemen? Do I know?
Don't tell me that when you took prayer out of school, guns came in. Don't tell me that I have to remove my feeling of God. And you saw what happened. You saw all the front pages in the national stories. You know, how dare the most powerful mayor on the globe start talking about God? Because I don't care what anyone say, it's time to pray. It's time to pray.
Yeah, you're going to have a lot of time to pray. When you are up there in Otisville in that federal correctional facility in the special cell that housed Sheldon Silver, a.k.a. Hyman Roth, a.k.a. Meyer Lansky. So, ladies and gentlemen, I guess you were expecting to hear me connect all the dots about the Banks brothers and the Caban brothers. I can do that. I know them all. But my job is to give you what's going to happen in advance. Not give you oldie moldy stuff like O'Reilly and so many others, right? They just regurgitate, they repeat, and they act like, oh my God, I'm giving you such great information. I give you information you don't have. Because I know the sanctuary for every political rogue in history has been the black church.
And let me tell you what happened a couple of months ago. That same message I got 30 years ago. A few months ago, I woke up, same state. God said, talk about God. And I started to say, don't tell me about separation of church and state.
Yeah. So God talks to him. I deal with people in the subways and streets every day who tell me that they have conversations with God. Schizophrenic, right? They're crazy. This Eric Adams, he knows what he's doing. He's playing to the crowd because he knows when all else fails, he needs the holy rollers in the black church. The women, the black women who are 55 plus, who will do anything for the reverend. If the reverend says, we have to defend this brother, We got to make sure that he gets elected mayor again against all odds. African-American women, the most loyal, 55 plus. The men, not so loyal. But the sanctuary for all rogue politicians in life, when all else fails, they go to a black church. And somehow, some way, the congregation forgives them. Because it normally starts with the pastor, right? Am I right, Tony? If the pastor says, we got to forgive this brother. They know not what they do. He walks in the shadow of God. He has been deemed by God to crawl into the belly of the beast, not for him, but for all of us. We got to protect this brother. And then all the sisters in there, yay, hallelujah, hallelujah. And I'm like, please, give me a break. But you can predict
I have sinned against you, my Lord. Oh, Jesus. And I would ask that your precious blood would wash and cleanse every stain until it is in the seas of God's forgetfulness.
Yeah, Jimmy Swaggart, right? By the way, relative of Jerry Lee Lewis, Great Balls of Fire, pedophile on a pedestal. 1-800-848-9222. 1-800-848-WABC.
See, that's how I know you still poor, broke, busted, and disgusted, because of how you've been honoring me. I'm not worth your McDonald's.
Talk Radio 77 WABC.
This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
So, for the love of money, these rogue politicians, Republicans and Democrats, they do what they do all for the love of money.
Show me the money. Show me the money. That's what it's all about. Money, money, money,
Show me the money.
Oh, yes, they do.
I took a long overflow, but still got a knock.
Jerry, does that make you feel good just to say that? Say it with me one time, Jerry.
Show you the money.
Oh, no, you can do better than that, Jerry. I want you to say it with meaning, brother. Hey, I got Bob Sugar on the other line. I better hear you say it.
Yeah, no. Show you the money.
Not show you. Show me the money.
Show me the money.
Yeah. Louder.
Show me the money.
That's it, brother, but you got to yell at.
Show me the money.
I need to feel you, Jerry.
Show me the money.
Jerry, you better yell. Show me the money. Show me the money. You love this black man. I love black people. I love black people. Who's your motherfucker, Jerry? You my motherfucker. What you gonna do, Jerry? Show me the money.
Congratulations, you're still my agent.
Hey, look, the reason I can be this way is I came into this world with nothing, and I'm going to leave this world probably in a cardboard box on Ward Island. I ain't going to have nothing. But I'm going to have my dignity. I'm going to have my pride. I'm going to be able to visit my parents' gravesite and know that I honored what they stood for in life. You don't need to take any money. You don't need to constantly live a life in which you claim you're a selfless servant, and all you do is you're serving self. And that's what these politicians do. I've known enough of them, Democrats and Republicans. And if they weren't that way when they started, they get into the club. And then the club tells them, hey, you want to keep getting reelected. Got to put your beak in the trough. Got to be ready to be a self-server if you're going to be a selfless servant. And they believe that crap. Yeah, I'm a selfless servant. Yeah, that's why when you retire from office, you got millions and millions of dollars, and you didn't have ugats when you first got into office. But anyway, let me see if I can settle this problem here. It is involving two people that I've worked with many years of my life. Very sorry to see that the Reverend Ruben Diaz Sr., I was just at his church in the South Bronx, taking shots at his friend Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo that he's had there. And I know he's in the Cuomo camp, but he's also in the Trump camp. I've also given props to Reverend Diaz Sr., because without him, you would not have seen the incredible crowds that showed up for President Donald Trump in Crotona Park. Mostly black and Hispanic people, many of them from that area. He really worked hard at that, and he's a true believer. He loves Donald Trump, there's no doubt about it, as does his church, his congregation, and the many ministers who are part of the Hispanic Bronx Alliance. And he loves Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo. Not for the same reasons that he loves Donald Trump, but he has decided to defend Eddie Caban, the embattled police commissioner who must resign. That's right, Reverend Ruben Diaz Sr., he must resign. And I was one who knew Eddie Caban, knew his brother James, his twin brother, looks exactly like himself, but the black sheep in his family, a former sergeant in the NYPD who got kicked out for beating up a cab driver and basically for being corrupt. And then there's the brother Richie. Richie is a lieutenant. He was a lieutenant police officer who retired in good standing, but made the classic mistake of thinking that he could run a nightclub called Con Sofrito that is right in the epicenter of this corruption probe, although it involves other elements. To his credit, a friend of Roger Stone, the Stone Zone will be coming up in a few hours, 3 to 6, Sal Greco, who had to turn in his badge and gun simply because he was friends with Roger Stone, whereas Eric Adams never had to do that when he was friends with Mike Tyson, both of them convicted felons. How is one any different than the other? But anyway, Sal has been blowing the whistle along with many of his friends and colleagues. Roger Stone has aired some of that on the Stone Zone, which is getting tremendous ratings Sunday from 3 to 6. And clearly I have been in the forefront also because I know all the players. I know Eddie Caban. I know his brother, the black sheep of the family, James Caban. I know Richie Caban. I did not know the father, but the father also was a police officer his entire life, transit police officer. I think he was in charge of the Hispanic fraternal organization of transit police officers. So they have served as police officers mostly in the Bronx for years. They're from Castle Hill. They're the real deal. This is not like AOC. AOC, who is from, she says, from the block, like Jenny Lopez, who clearly is from Castle Hill, also went to Preston High School. Not AOC, all out crazy Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, leader of the Socialists of America. She's a Westchester girl. Sandra Ocasio was her name in high school. So they're Bronx boys. They worked the precincts. They did security in clubs at night. This is back when you could do that off duty. And they know they know all the money that could be made. They know all the money that could be made. And what happened is when Rudy Giuliani became mayor, he stopped that. He started a program called March, which meant that if you were in a nightclub, a gin mill, a restaurant, you could be raided at 2 o'clock in the morning if you were open at 4 by a series of agency people, all of whom were unaffiliated from the local precinct. In fact, the local precinct couldn't even tip you off that you were being raided. And many, as a result, were being padlocked. They had too many people. They were violating the fire code, any number of reasons. And Rudy would padlock them. Noise abatement. And it helped so many neighborhoods. Hey, look, I used to go to clubs when I was much younger, and I saw that a club could oftentimes be a real nemesis to the community. And nothing good, you got that, Tony? Nothing good happens in a club after 12 midnight. Nothing. When the clock strikes 12 o'clock, get the hell out of there, because you're not going to turn into a pumpkin. But if you're not personally involved in things, you're going to see things of a criminal nature that they're going to tell you keep out of sight, out of mind. Nothing good happens at a nightclub after 12 midnight. Trust me, I've been in those situations. So to have the cops on your side if you run a nightclub is very important because they can make a lot go away, the local precinct. So Eric Adams and Eddie Caban had a press conference right before 2024, right before the drop of the ball, in which they said, rules. We're getting rid of all the Rudy Giuliani crackdown rules. We're putting into place an acronym called CURE. I have no idea what it meant. But what it meant is nightclubs and bars and restaurants, we're going back to the old way. If you got a problem, you deal with your captain and your deputy inspector in the precinct, and you figure it out. You know how that gets figured out, Broadway Billy, often? Money under the table. You hire my guys because a lot of the cops are off duty. You hire my guys. James just happens to have a security company. He happens to have off-duty cops, and you're going to hire them to do your security, or you're going to have a lot of problems in your club. It's almost what organized crime would do. When you had to buy insurance, they'd say you have to buy the Italian-American Civil Rights Insurance. And they would say, what's that? A guarantee that your front window doesn't get busted. And they would say, the vendor would say, from who? From us. We'll break your window. You pay us off, you guarantee that window won't even have a crack. Same thing, same philosophy. And then, unfortunately, it started with the police commissioner, Eddie Caban. It started with those in his office. Hey, look, the FBI and the IRS were there yesterday on the 14th floor. They took out all the laptop computers, the worktop computers. They took out all the cell phones. They took cell phones from some of the police commanders in neighborhoods where they have nightclubs. And that was the problem. And now I see that my friend Ruben Diaz Sr., who I've been involved in a lot of activity with in the Bronx over the years, is taking on my other friend Bob Holden because Bob Holden has asked for the resignation of Eddie Caban. I stand with Bob Holden. So, Reverend Ruben Diaz Sr. and all your supporters, you know me and I know all of you. We've agreed to disagree at times, especially about Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo. I stand with Bob Holden. Eddie Caban must resign. Do not start referring to Bob Holden as a racist or implying that he's anti-Hispanic. He's not. This has to be done. You can't have a police commissioner whose phones were taken, who has to deal with the FBI, and the very agency that took his phones, he's using burner phones now, is the FBI. Come on now. One police plaza is infected with a corruption virus, and it needs to be vetted out. And the fish is rotten, and it starts at the head with Eddie Caban and his brothers, Richie Caban, who owned Con Sofrito before they got padlocked. You got to understand this, ladies and gentlemen. I've been telling you this for months. And all of you would always say, oh, you're just jealous of Eric Adams. You're jealous that you lost. And now I just reverse it on all of you. I will continue to warn you ahead of time. but you're also going to have to suffer the ramifications. You had a clear choice on Election Day. You could have elected me. Nobody knows this city better than me. Nobody. Nobody is more honest. I'm not motivated by money. But you chose the guy whose battle cry when he was first elected into office was show me the money.
Show me the money. Show me the money. That's what it's all about.
And that's all it's ever been about with Eric Adams and his cronies. So now you must suffer.
This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Blood's thicker than the mud. It's a family affair.
Trust me, their complexion is not their protection, ladies and gentlemen. Whether it's the Banks brothers, black, or the Caban brothers, Puerto Riqueño, if you're a crook, you're a crook. Being a thief and being corrupt knows no color prism. Oh, this is a story involving brothers, the Banks brothers and the Caban brothers, that decided to set up side hustles with the appointments that were made of them in the administration of Eric Adams, who basically has been hustling us for years. You just didn't know it, because he would say all the right things, but if you knew Eric the way I know Eric, he always had a side hustle on. Always. So you heard it first from me, whether it's the Banks brothers, the Caban brothers, the investigations by the FBI and the IRS, remember, not just the FBI, but the IRS, have to do with businesses they've set up nefariously under the radar, in which they're making money hand over fist, not reporting their earnings. Because remember, the IRS doesn't care how you earn your money, just as long as you pay your taxes. That's all they care about. And now the walls are closing in, so watch. All of these folks are going to play the race card. Just know it has nothing to do with race. It has to do with the color of green, and they just want more green in between. Oh, yeah. Up next, we're going to get deep. Today was the Labor Day Parade up Fifth Avenue, which normally, when I was a kid, took place on the real Labor Day. And there were lots of union members marching up Fifth Avenue and almost nobody watching from the sidelines. But I'm going to take you on the time machine to when unions played a very important part in the body politique, not just locally, regionally, but nationally, not so much any longer. But there were interesting things that I learned today in spending hours pressing the flesh. And by the way, the construction unions, although they didn't hold up the Trump banners, you could tell they were Trumpers. All the rest of the civil service unions, Harris. Oh, boy, they had their Harris banners. But you're not going to want to miss the private conversations I had with some of the heavy hitters in this city. They don't support me, but they say one thing about Curtis Sliwa is you better listen to Curtis Sliwa because he knows where all the bones are buried and who buried them. Right here as we take you to the break of dawn, as we are heard internationally, nationally, regionally, and locally. And nobody talks these subjects because you get fresh talk. Not oldie moldy talk here on the best side of the other side of midnight to 6 o'clock in the morning in the break of dawn.
Check this out. On the weekend, take a journey with the People's Mayor.
Curtis Sliwa is a politician who says don't trust politicians.
It's Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Sliwa.
The iconic, the legendary Curtis Sliwa.
This city doesn't sleep, and neither does Curtis Sliwa on Another Side of Midnight.
Oh, yeah.
Now, to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Sliwa.
Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. When the union's inspiration through the workers' blood shall run, there can be no power greater anywhere beneath the sun. Yet what force on earth is weaker than the feeble strength of one? But the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong.
This is the song that most is affiliated with those who organize folks to join unions, keep unions continuing forward in a country where less and less of the workforce is unionized. A big difference from when I was a kid, 6 years old, and went to my first Labor Day parade with my father, Chester, and saw 1960 on a float for the ILGWU. I'll never forget it, the International Ladies Garment Workers Union, a very powerful union, seamstresses, people who would make the dresses, make the final attachments from all the cutters and all those who were involved in the business of putting together apparel, which soon was to flee down to North Carolina and South Carolina, almost leaving this region bereft of manufacturing when it came to apparel. But the ILGWU, International Lady Garment Workers Union, I saw the float, and it was my Kumada Set up there, who was a lifelong seamstress from Italy and one of the union organizers for the ILGWU. Now, I was in the company of my father, a strong union guy, belonged to the National Maritime Union. He knew it was corrupt, led by its president and board of trustees, Joe Kern. He was a trustee, and he would battle them all the time. And it was life-threatening back then. If you happen to be a member of a merchant marine union, National Maritime Union, there was one other, longshoreman unions, it was cutthroat. If there was a strike called, then all of a sudden, if anybody crossed that picket line, boy, they were going to catch a beat down. If you were thought to be a scab and you were crossing that line, even though you weren't part of that same union, but an affiliated union, you just didn't cross that line. That's what made the unions really powerful. But the unions became very corrupt because organized crime, like they would try to get involved in any money-making venture, slowly but surely put their tentacles around many of these unions and control their board of trustees, control the pension funds. In fact, I'll never forget, this is an odd combination here. See if you can keep up with this, Tony. The great Detroit pitcher Denny McClain, right? Great. 30-game winner. Pitched in the old Detroit Tigers Stadium, along with Mickey Lolich at the time. That was the lefty. He used to eat donuts all day long. They were just a great baseball team. They beat the St. Louis Cardinals, Bob Gibson, Steve Carlton at that time. Oh, great World Series. But Detroit, a blue-collar, working-class town, a lot of unions. So Denny McClain had a talk show at the ABC affiliate, I believe, on radio. I was his guest many times when organizing the Guardian Angels in Detroit, and he would throw me a lifeline because he hated the mayor there, Coleman Young. Coleman Young, African-American, thought they called him King Coleman Young. He put me in the Detroit House of Correction 10 days. And they said, how can you do this? He goes, because I am the king. Like Elvis, I am the king. I don't want him here. Yeah, but he's got I don't care what he's got, not in Detroit. So I was actually in the Jesse James cell of the old D-Hawk Detroit House of Correction. Can actually look it up. Jesse James was held there one time. And that's where I was introduced to defecation education. It was mostly all brothers. And they certainly didn't like me. And I certainly didn't like them because they were looking to pluck my eyeballs out and give me a beatdown. So they would pass my cell every night, and they would give me defecation education. Buckets of feces would be thrown in my direction. So 10 days in D-Hawk. Learned a lot. But one thing about Denny McClain, as great a pitcher as he was, and he was a great pitcher for the Detroit Tigers, last 30-game winner as far as I remember, he also threw a history-making pitch. He grooved it for Mickey Mantle, who had lost control of a lot of his physical faculties. He wasn't the Mickey Mantle of my youth, and even though he was a real jerky boy in life, let's face it, so many of us idolize number 7, Mickey Mantle, switch hitter, one of the greatest of all time. But, and this is the thing I could never understand. I would have loved having a conversation with Denny McClain. I don't know where he is now, probably lives somewhere in Michigan. He got involved with the Gottis and the Gambinos. Denny McClain, they're in Detroit. He bought meatpacking plants, and they had unions, and he raided the pension fund. He ripped off the pension fund the way Maxwell did at that time, competing with Murdoch to see who could own more media outlets, who could own more newspapers. Maxwell, who bought the New York Daily News, and the first thing he did was raid the pension fund. That was his only interest. Steal the money. And then somehow, some way, he was out there in the middle of the Mediterranean, and he either fell off of his mile-long yacht or he was pushed off. You be the judge of that. But Denny McClain was involved with the Gottis and the Gambinos raiding pension funds of meatpacking places that he had purchased that operated in northern Michigan and southern Michigan. And I can never forgive him for that, even though, man, what a charismatic guy he was. And he was a great talk show host. So unions have had a strong history, and then there's the underbelly, where they've had a negative history, where organized crime comes in and takes control, lock, stock, and barrel. But I just want to share with you my memories because I am there for the Labor Day parade every year with the Guardian Angels. I want them to see the union members as they pass by. We stand right along the barricades. We shake hands. We show solidarity with them, and they appreciate that because almost nobody else is on the sidelines watching. That's not what I remember as a kid, the Labor Day parade, 1960. Remember, it was a very close race, just like what we're looking at now, Trump and Harris, like we saw with Trump Biden, like we saw with Trump Hillary in 2016. Very close. Between Vice President Richard Nixon, who had been a surrogate president during the Eisenhower years, because Eisenhower would spend most of his days playing golf. Then he had a really serious heart attack. He'd go away in the summers. He'd be gone for like weeks on end. Nobody knew where Ike was. And Richard Nixon would be running the country. He basically was functioning as president. He had the kitchen cabinet meetings with Nikita Khrushchev, which was some of the best television I've ever seen. Oh, my God, Nikita Khrushchev was like doing stand-up comedy, and Nixon was able to handle him. So clearly Nixon was qualified to be president. Nobody knew about Kennedy. It was all a myth, Camelot. You know, he had written the Profiles in Courage, won a Pulitzer Prize. He didn't write a word of that. It was written by a ghostwriter that Daddy paid for, Joe Kennedy Sr., who wanted to make JFK the president. It was all a myth, this whole thing. But it was a neck-and-neck race. We've had a lot of neck-and-neck races. And in those days, the unions could tip the balance. Ironically, with Jimmy Hoffa in control of the Teamsters, a very corrupt union affected by organized crime, he became the first major union to endorse Republicans. It was almost considered verboten. Republicans, were not considered supporters of men and women in the blue-collar working-class unions at all. It's almost like you had to have a knee-jerk reaction and support always Democrats, never Republicans. The Teamsters, though, were different. But they were also cutthroats, and they were controlled by organized crime, as we were later on to learn. As we still wonder what happened during the Kennedy assassination, we still wonder where is Jimmy Hoffa's body, right? I wonder if anybody happens to know yet. They have spent years trying to figure out where Jimmy Hoffa's body is. And if you happen to have any of those details, I'm sure it will satisfy Frank Morano, the Mameluke, who has done many programs on that and never has gotten the answer, nor has anybody else. Our number's 1-800-848-9222. And in The Irishman, the Scorsese classic featuring De Niro and Pesci and I think Pacino. I never saw The Irishman, but a lot of that was about whatever happened to Jimmy Hoffa. And again, that was the merging of organized crime with one of the most powerful unions in America, where they could make or break a presidency, especially pull a strike, a nationwide strike. It could paralyze the country. 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC. And if you happen to be out there today marching in the parade, a member of any groups, feel free to weigh in, because I noticed, as I've noticed before, the construction unions, especially those that were dealing with heavy equipment, those who were iron workers, those that were associated with the macho, maniacal, physical labors that led to their union organizing, they definitely were Trump supporters, but they didn't fly the Trump flag. They didn't show Trump signs. It was very much hush-hush, but you could tell they were Trump supporters. Whereas the civil service unions, which are the majority of the unions, definitely had the Harris banners out. Harris for president, Democrats for democracy, all that. You didn't see that. You didn't see the Trump banners out. But I could tell who the Trump supporters were. And when Local 32BJ, DC 371199, the Hospital Workers Union, and the Hotel Trades Council passed by with their floats and their membership, there was no support for Eric Adams as there had been in the past. They pretty much have decided that's it. Even though he's made sure they got sweetheart contracts, he has. He's taken really good care of the unions because he felt that was a pathway to his reelection and victory. Because of all of his problems, when I would have conversations earlier on Saturday with members of 32BJ and DC 37 1199 and the Hotel Trades Council. No positive statements about Eric Adams. It's almost as if he's a pariah now. It's almost as if, it's very Darwinian. I noticed that all the big macha Democrats were marching together, and they almost like pushed Eric Adams towards the rear. Like when a mother cat has kittens and one of the kittens is not doing well and probably won't survive, the mother cat actually grabs the kitten by the neck and puts her out there on the side, knowing that cat probably can't survive and she doesn't have enough milk. She can't generate enough milk for all the kittens. And so that cat is destined to die. This is what I saw earlier today. They were exiling Eric Adams. People were booing him, hooting him. They didn't surround him. Kathy Hochul would never have been elected governor of the state of New York if not for the support of Eric Adams. He was able to round up black support for her in the end that put her over the top because, remember, Lee Zeldin was charging. It was 50-50. The polls were indicating that momentum was with Lee Zeldin. He might have won upwards of 35% of the city vote. And then Eric Adams embraced Kathy Hochul, who didn't know what to do. And he said, hey, spend money, flood the city with cops, flood the subway with cops because crime is the issue that Zeldin is going to win on. And they will see all these cops. And in the last 10 days before they cast their ballot, they'll think that everything is copacetic. And I will praise you to the heavens. Showing you what backstabbers these politicians are. Without Eric Adams, no doubt in my mind, Kathy Hochul, who's a real grifter with her husband, could never have been elected governor. She would have lost to Lee Zeldin, and we would have been in much better shape. That's number one. The schmuck that parts Chuck E. Cheese Schumer distanced himself from Eric Adams. Nothing's going to happen to Chuck. He can be senator for life. And yet, he didn't want to be anywhere near Eric Adams. The other Democrats didn't want to be anywhere near Eric Adams. Now, I have to say about my fellow Republicans, they missed so many of these parades. I didn't see any of them at the Labor Day parade, which ironically is not on Labor Day. It's a week later. I didn't see any of them at the Puerto Rican Day parade. Nope. And there are a lot of other parades they don't attend. You can't be a fair weather friend. You can't come around and say you're pro-labor, you're pro-blue-collar working class. Look, Donald Trump sets a perfect example. He'll actually meet with any unions. He'll go to their meetings. Oftentimes, they are pressured not to meet with him, but he has a solid support line now with blue-collar working class workers, men and women. And so more Republicans have got to start understanding that. These are unions. Many of them are going to be around. They ain't going nowhere. But they never see Republicans. The only Republican they see is yours truly and Abraham Lincoln on a $5 bill. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC. And I remember going with my dad, marching with the contingent from the National Maritime Union. They had... At that time, their Shape-Up Hall was in that building, that strange building in Chelsea. I think it's like on 16th Street that has like the sides of the building. It looks like the side of a ship, of an ocean liner, with all the windows that you look out of when you're at sea. And then I know they changed their meeting hall, their Shape-Up Hall. I actually saw the old-fashioned shape-ups where you would come in, you would shape up. And if you had seniority, you would get the first choice of what ship to ship out with. If you didn't have seniority, you got the crumbs. It was all based on seniority, not meritocracy. It was like if you were the senior member, if your union card was good, you were the first one to ship out. You had the choice. Got to see all of this. Marched in the parade. There was discussion about JFK. There was discussion about Richard Nixon. And then afterwards, they would have this incredibly huge picnic. I don't remember where it was, but I'm sure some of you folks who also went to these Labor Day picnics right after the parade can sort of connect me up as to where they were, because I know there were quite a few of them in the tri-state area, but this was the mother of all picnics at the end of the annual Labor Day parade in which they marched up Fifth Avenue, and it was a huge parade with large crowds on the sides of the barriers, and every politician was there, every politician. Don't remember if the Republicans went. But they were not as conservative back then as they are now. The Republicans were like Rockefeller Republicans. He would always show up at the Labor Day parade because, man, Labor loved Rocky because he was always building things at taxpayers' expense, of course. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. And, boy, I remember at those picnics, they'd have those kegs. Oh, boy, they'd have those kegs. And those guys and gals were lining up, getting that free beer. Huge sandwiches, festive occasion. People will be talking about their union, things that I couldn't understand as a kid, but I understood they were excited about it. And my father, Chester, schooled me. He said, look, this Labor Day parade and the union movement really came about with something that happened where I grew up in Chicago. And I said, what was that, Dad? He said, the Haymaker Riot. As a result of the Haymaker Riot, I mean, these were all-out battles in the streets with cops, with hired thugs of companies, with union members, with their thugs. And as a result, he said, that's how we got the 8-hour work week. My dad, who grew up in Chicago, would listen to WGN, which was the powerful radio station there owned by the McCormick family, who also owned the Chicago Tribune and the New York Daily News. But they were Protestant Irish. They hated Irish Roman Catholics. They would never even hire an Irish Roman Catholic. And my dad would tell me he'd be listening to the farm reports in the morning. There's a lot of the Sliwas owned dairy farms up in Wisconsin because they had dairy farms in Lima Nova in the southern part of Poland near the Czechoslovakian border. They call that the Highlands. And he said they'd be listening to the farmers report in the morning. And then McCormick, owner and operator of the Daily News, the Chicago Tribune, WGN, the radio station at that time. Like John is the owner and operator of WABC. He could do an editorial, and McCormick used to do editorials. And here it is. He'd say, you're in your farms. You're working 7 days a week. You're milking your cows. You're tilling your fields. You can't even go away for vacation. Can you believe it? They're going to have an 8-hour work day and a 40-hour work week. In Chicago, they're slackers. They're deadbeats. This is against the American dream. And so all these farmers who were like under Elsie the cow, squirting away, preparing the milk, they started hearing, gee, if we move to Chicago, it'll be an 8-hour workday and only 40 hours a week, 5-day work week. So guess how many people sold their farms and got the hell out of there? But McCormick was using the opposite point of view. And I learned that from my dad. And then he talked about the railroad strike, the Pullman strike, and what a crisis that was. And how the president at the time was Grover Cleveland. See, we've come full circle. Grover Cleveland, he's the only president ever to serve non-consecutive presidential terms. It's something that Donald Trump would accomplish if he beats Harris on November 5th or any days after that require the continued counting of the votes. It's never settled on Election Day any longer, is it? But there was a crisis to end the railroad strike because when the railroad strike struck, everything, all commerce came to a halt. It's not like you had the big trucking industry now, which is secondary to the rails. It was that. If you couldn't get it by rail, you couldn't get it at all. And so he settled the strike, which is something you would expect Donald Trump to do like Grover Cleveland because he's a negotiator. He's had to deal with unions his whole life in construction. He's had to settle differences or the project couldn't be completed on time, which would mean you'd lose money. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. Let's go to Ray calling from Seaford. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Ray.
Well, hi, good evening, Curtis. Big fan of yours, and everything you said about Mayor Adams, you predicted was exactly has happened. And, I'm a big fan of yours. I was surprised to learn, actually, that Andrew Cuomo and his campaign, they, whatever reasons, they didn't buy their domain. So I own actually now MayorCuomo.com and Cuomo2025.com and CuomoNYC.com. And I directed all three of those domains to your Wikipedia page. So anybody interested in learning about Curtis Sliwa can go to MayorCuomo.com, Cuomo25.com, or CuomoNYC.com, and it's directed to your Wikipedia.
Now, why did you decide to do that? Because you're directing them to Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo, Ray.
No, other way around, Curtis. I'm directing them from them to you, because if anybody were to be interested in him, I would prefer that they learn about you. So I'm a fan of yours.
Now I understand. See, I'm a bit of a Luddite, Ray. If my wife weren't here to guide me on the technological uses of computers and phones, I would be lost. You could take my cell phones and I could still function. I wouldn't even need burner phones because I don't even know how the hell to use my phones or my laptop computer.
Yeah, no, I did it the other way around, Curtis. I'm a fan of yours, and typically anybody running for mayor would, or any office would have bought those names already, in anticipation of running. So I'm surprised with all the money that he has and the consultants that he uses that they were available. But they are, and I bought them, and I thought you might get a kick out of it. And
do this, Ray. Stay on the line. Tony, get all of Ray's information. I don't want to hear that he hung up and you couldn't reach him and give me some nonsense about that. Get all of his contact information. Since I'm a Luddite, I don't completely understand what he's saying, but I sort of understand what he's saying. That vulture, Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo, vulture, right? Didn't he say, Broadway Billy, he would never run against Eric Adams, right? Didn't he say that? That's my brother in solidarity. People in politics, ladies and gentlemen, you think people in organized crime are bad? They are really bad in organized crime. You could have grown up with them. You go out for a meal with them, and they say, hey, Joey, we'll drop you off at home. These guys, they saved one another. They've been together for one another, and then they shoot the guy, and they leave him out there in the middle of nowhere, a guy they grew up with.
Cuomo, do you plan to run again for governor?
How are we doing, sir?
Are you ready?
Thanks for the help.
God bless.
Thanks for everything you do. God bless. All right, guys. Happy St. Patrick's Day.
Amen. Mr. Cuomo, you want your job back, sir?
Got my green card.
Please let him through.
Yeah. He runs it's the Cuomo organized crime family. Remember, with Fredo, his brother Christopher, who can't chew gum and think at the same time. I love it when O'Reilly comes on and tells us, Chris Cuomo, he's like the Edward R. Murrow. Are you kidding? That's Jerky Boy. And then he's got Joe Percoco, who is his leg breaker, who did 6 years for political corruption on behalf of, guess who, Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo and all of his friends. It's like an organized crime family, the Cuomo organized crime family. So I appreciate that information. I'll certainly have my wife stay in touch with you, because to be honest with you, I don't know what the hell he was talking about, Tony. Our number's 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC. Look, the power of unions nationally are waning. But in some states, these battleground states, critical. Critical in Ohio. Critical in Michigan. Critical in Wisconsin. You can go through a whole bunch of states where the unions still have juice. Republicans don't have the same kind of input with the unions as the Democrats do. But that's changed with Donald Trump. There's no doubt about that. That has changed. Used to be, when it was just country club Republicans, unions wanted nothing to do with them. Nothing. Because they felt, hey, it was the party of the rich. It was the party of the owners. The party of the white-collar managers, and not the party of blue-collar working-class workers. Well, that I think was kind of obvious today in the Labor Day parade, packed with labor marchers, no spectators. Construction unions would tell me we're for Trump, but no Trump signage. The rest of the unions, hardcore for Harris. Totally different what I saw in 1960. When almost all the union members were for JFK. It was expected you'd be for the Democrat. To be for a Republican, that was like you were guilty of heresy. They would have had the Salem witch trial right there, and at the picnic, they would have hung you from the largest oak tree. Oh, yeah, they hated Republicans, like my dad did. Hey, my dad, Chester, he was not a Reagan Democrat. He was not a Giuliani Democrat. He was hardcore. You walked into my mom and dad's bedroom. They had the picture of Jesus Christ, the Blessed Virgin Mother Mary, Pope John Paul, the Polish Pope, JFK, and Barack Obama. And I said to my dad, Dad, you raised me about the land of Lincoln. You were from Chicago. You taught me all about Abraham Lincoln, what a great president he was. How come you don't have his picture on the wall? He goes, son, no Republican is going to be on my wall. I said, Dad, it's a $5 bill. Just put it up, Abraham Lincoln, $5 bill for good luck. He said, no, Republicans don't give working class, blue collar people good luck. It's the party of the rich. But that's the way they were brought up in the Depression. My dad grew up in the Depression like so many others. It's a lot different from where we are now, where unions don't play the same significant role as they used to in the life of the body politic, especially in the 1950s and 60s. 1-800-848-9222.
This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Oh, yeah, Pete Seeger, member of the American Communist Party, a very dear friend of Bobby Kennedy Jr. as they helped clean up the Hudson River together. Let me hear it.
From all of you good workers, good news to you I'll tell of how the good old Union has come in here to dwell. Which side are you on? Which side are you on? My daddy was a miner and I'm a miner's son, and I'll stick with the Union till every battle's won. Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
Oh, brutal battles. Brutal battles. The mine workers organizing against the owners who would bring the thugs in. Not just in Pennsylvania and in Kentucky and West Virginia, but also in Colorado, where the Rockefellers had their holdings and they were vicious in putting down any union organizing. Vicious. So this song was very representative. Whose side are you on? Are you on the working class side, or are you on the side of the owners and the oppressors? Because they were very oppressive then. You would work in a mine, and you had the town store, and everything in that town was owned by whoever it was that owned the mine. And you didn't have any choice. It was not like, hey, I can go to a Walmart. That was it. You worked in the mine, you got black lung, you died early, and you spent all your money at the company store. Rough life. Very rough life. But by them coming over, most of them immigrants, a lot of them East European, and they go down into the mines. Actually, Chicago's Science Museum has a mine that you can go down the mine shaft and see what it was like to work in a mine. And boy, if you're claustrophobic, you get me out of here. The walls so close to you, water always on the floor, dampness, and the roof of the mine, you couldn't even stand up And every time they'd blast away, there was a danger that that whole shaft would collapse, and that's it. You're gone. Or the methane gas that would emerge, that's why they would say the Canaries, if the Canaries collapse, you better get the hell out of that mine because the methane gas is coming fast and furiously. And the methane gas could easily be flammable and cause a fireball through that mine. I mean, you talking about tough work conditions. Tough. Nothing's really comparable to that now. Third world countries, absolutely. But nothing I would say that I've come across comparable to that in the United States today. Let's go to Jay, who's calling from Ohio. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Jay.
Excellent topic, Curtis. You're right about the mine workers. I'm a member of the United Brotherhood of Carpenters and Joiners of America. The mine workers were the first to come up with safety. They had hard hats. They were the first people to use hard hats, and they had the first to do any sort of safety work at all. But it was extremely dangerous. So was carpentry, okay? I'm not happy about my union dues being spent to have old Ted Kennedy, our spokesperson, speaking for Obama back in the day. You know, you ever see the bumper sticker? I'd rather go hunting with the guy that was shot the guy in the ear. What the heck was his name? The vice president, Cheney.
Oh, you mean Cheney, who went up to Mid-Hudson Valley and shot the guy, right, who was hunting with him as they were hunting doves, I think? Doves?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
I'd rather go hunting with Cheney than carpool with Ted Kennedy. That was the bumper sticker.
And notice how Dick Cheney said, "Hey, I'm voting for Harris. I'm not voting for Trump." It's like,
can you believe that?
Right, but who the hell is going to follow Dick Cheney after that disastrous war in Iraq, a war that should never have taken place? We're still paying the price for that so-called search for weapons of mass destruction. Dick Cheney couldn't influence one vote in America.
Curtis, it was all about money. Up in Dayton, Ohio, they had a truck. General Motors had a truck plant, and I was working up there at the time. There were acres and acres of that oil company. What was the name of that oil company he worked for? The Exploration Oil Company?
Oh,
it was all about money. Is what
that's
it was all
right.
About.
That's right near. If you go to Houston, you go to the airport. The hill. It starts with HH. They'll come to me. You see, I'm getting my Joe Biden moment. But I know what you're talking about.
Okay, it was all about money. That war was nothing but about money. You know that as well as me. Okay, but as union workers, we're not happy the way the union spends our union dues. We're really not. Bush came to town here. He promised to build a new bridge across the Ohio River. Obama came to town. He did the same promises. They make empty promises to us union workers. They tell us what we want to hear, and we never get it.
And I notice that's where a lot of the anger is that the union members really can't determine where the money is going to be spent. So it's always spent on Democrats or people who haven't delivered, but, because it's the tradition. I think the oil company was Halliburton.
Correct.
Right.
Correct, Halliburton.
Right.
I saw acres and acres of trucks right from General Motors. You know, it was all about money, that war was, no doubt. Our president, McCarran, used to be in Washington, D.C. They used to buy votes in D.C. They moved it to Las Vegas, the city of sin. He's got his own private jet. My union dues go to his private jet. In Reader's Digest, they said he was the top 10, one of the most corrupt union officials in the country.
And you see, a lot of those unions ended up being controlled by organized crime. The carpenters, local, so many. The Teamsters, they wrapped their tentacles because not only did they want to influence votes from the Board of Trustees about what the union would do, but they wanted to control the pension funds because they would invest the pension funds in casinos and other activities and drain the pension funds, oftentimes destroying the union because they never had an interest in defending the workers' rights anyway. It was all about get involved, threaten, shakedown, extortion, racketeering, and then obliterate the union. Not all unions, but they would go for the influential ones. Let's go to Robert, who's calling from New Jersey. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Robert.
What's up, brother? I was at the union march today. I met you there. I spoke to you after I was done. I was there with my Trump flag. I marched with my union that I'm with. I don't want to say who they are. And immediately after I was done, I had a Trump flag, and I walked back the other way. And I was disgusted to see how many people had. The teachers' unions are all supporting Biden-Harris. They were all telling me to go F myself. A lot of the other construction unions also. They were just yelling at me, telling me to go screw myself. You know, Trump is not union and so on and so forth. And they just have to wake up. Like the previous gentleman said, the delegates are making all this money. And, you know, they don't, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, well, it to me makes no sense, Robert, because Trump has always been a builder. He's employed people, good-paying jobs, union jobs, many instances. He's not anti-union. Obviously, if he can get a better deal, he's going to get a better deal, but I've never known him to be anti-union.
Yeah, it was insane. People were telling me, you know, he's not supporting the unions. Chuck Schumer was there, and I walked right over him. I shook his hand, and he's like, yeah, I'm all for the unions. I'm like, you suck. And his exact words were, when Trump gets in office, he's going to get rid of the unions. And that's what these people listen to. They listen to people like Chuck Schumer and get their information from Facebook and stuff like that. It's sad.
You know what's interesting, Robert? Guys like the Schmuck, the Putz, Chuck E. Cheese Schumer, and other elected officials, they could never survive without their staff. Their staff does like 95% of the work. Every time staff workers have tried to organize a union because they work long hours, you know, they don't get overtime, their bosses can really be over the top. The very people who are at that Labor Day parade promoting unions say, yeah, do as I say, but not as I do. No, we don't want our staff members organized in a union. We don't want those that do research for us organized in a union. Why not?
Absolutely. They're hypocrites. You know, most of the union members, they said, you know, we have to work a certain amount of hours to have our health benefits. But yeah, you can come over here illegally and get health benefits that we're paying for.
Well, see, that used to be what drew the unions together to be anti-illegal alien. You had Chavez of the United Farm Workers Union who said, no, I'm opposed to illegal immigration because they're going to hire illegals to go into the field and undercut all the benefits that we've won through negotiation with the growers and the packers. So he was totally opposed to illegal aliens. Now it seems that unions, which used to be the first line of defense against illegal aliens because they knew they would come in and take their jobs pennies to a dollar with none of the protections that workers have. Now, all of a sudden, all these unions are like pro-illegal aliens. Are you idiots? You're promoting people who are going to come in and take your jobs and work for $1 for every 10.
That's what I was telling these people. I'm sitting here, I'm like, you do realize that they're giving work visas to Venezuelans to come in, and what do you think they're doing? They're taking our jobs. And some of the union members are like, oh, I didn't realize that.
No, Robert, they need to be educated. I mean, I passed.
The delegates don't let that happen. The delegates turn around and they, you know, the looks that I got from a lot of the suit wearing members, it was ridiculous. I sat there when I challenged people. I said, yeah, you're pro-union, but you know what? And these were people that, as I walked the parade route, they shook my hand, great union, great union. And the second that I came back with that Trump flag, go fuck yourself. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say it, but that's what they came right out and said.
Right. It's okay. We'll have to wash out your mouth with Fels naphtha soap. But I totally understand. Totally understand why, when I saw so many of the construction members, especially heavy-duty equipment members, who were clearly Trump supporters when they came up to me. Why couldn't they fly a Trump banner? Everybody else was flying the Harris banner. I had no problem with that. The unions endorsed Harris. Members endorsed Harris. Okay, that's part of the political process. I realize unions are heavily Democrat, but there are union members and there are certain unions, without a doubt, that are going to be supporting Trump. And yet, as you heard Ron describe, he's flying a flag and they're giving him grief. Some of these unions, if you burnt the American flag, they would say, well, that's your right to burn the flag. Others, they take a 2x4 and hit you in the head so hard your mother would feel the vibrations. 1-800-848-9222.
It's another side of midnight. 77 WABC. This is another side of midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Tumble out of bed and I stumble to the kitchen, pour myself a cup of ambition and yawn and stretch and try to come to life. Jump in the shower and the blood starts pumping. Out on the streets the traffic starts jumping with folks like me on the job from 9 to 5. Working 9 to 5, what a way to make a living, barely getting by.
Well, let's see, Dolly Parton's got to be worth about $500 million, I would think, with all of her entities. Good businesswoman. That's a great performer. And who is that, the woman who won't give Frank Morano any play, who now apparently has earned $1 billion? Well, is she in that cable show or the Hulu show there, the Upper West Side? I don't want to mention the name because it'll make Frank Morano cry. Billionaire. Won't give him any play. Won't do an interview with him. Neither will the outgoing U.S. Senator Sinema. He loves her because she is a bisexual in Arizona. And, of course, Tulsi Gabbard, who is part and parcel of the Trump campaign and is acting as Kamala Harris in the debate preparation. Let's quickly go to Vinny calling from Matza Pizza. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Vinny.
Hey, hi, Curtis. I'm a retired 731 excavation laborer. I met you when I was building the South Every subway station right after you got attacked by the Gaudis. And you had that look of fear in your eye. I can never forget seeing it in your eyes. I can still see it in your eyes, you know. It was right after that. And, you know, Curtis, I got to tell you, first of all, that senior moment you were having, it was Halliburton that Dick Cheney was, involved with, Halliburton, his company. But I'll tell you, the reason why the unions are so pro-Democrat is because all these big projects like the East Side Access, Grand Central Madison, all this tunnel work, all this bridge work, all this stuff, the new tunnels going to New Jersey, which they actually started, is underneath the west side, where they wanted to build a stadium, underneath the Long Island Railroad. They actually started the Gateway Tunnel. It's actually there. The dock builders built that tunnel, and when they open that up, they're going to go underneath the river and go to New Jersey. So the reason why is all this money, all this federal money, is tied to these jobs, and that's why they're so pro. I'm a Trumpster, but they will not let you put up a Trump flag at a union hall. I guarantee you, in New York City.
Yeah, no, and that is ridiculous because especially in the construction trades, a lot of those men and women clearly are going to be voting for Donald Trump and not for Kamala Harris. Padre, Filio, Spiritus Sanctum. Whoa. I got a chance to see a replay of that battle on the Yes Network between Michael Kay, who at one time had been on WABC, not only doing Yankee games with John Sterling, but did a sports talk show from 7 to 9 with John Sterling. Yeah, I followed. So I was there in the studio oftentimes with both those guys. Requisitioned a truck for them to be in the first Yankee parade through the Canyon of Heroes when the Yankees beat the Atlanta Braves, came back from being 2 down at the stadium. They didn't even have a truck for them. And I requisitioned one, and boy, did that piss off the group in New Jersey that had paid a lot of money for it. But anyway, up next, you're going to hear Michael Kay in the booth on the road with John Flaherty, former catcher, broadcaster on Yes. And boy, they aired the dirty laundry in a way that you know both probably regretted afterwards. But it was great broadcasting. We've certainly had many of those moments in talk radio, that's for sure, far more than talk TV. But this was special, and I'm going to play it back for all of you up next.
Check this out. On the weekend, take a journey with the people's mayor.
Curtis Lewa is a politician who says don't trust politicians.
It's Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa.
The iconic, the legendary Curtis Lewa.
This city doesn't sleep, and neither does Curtis Lewa on Another Side of Midnight.
Oh, yeah.
Now, to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Oh, yeah, Donna Summers, who actually perished from mesothelioma, form of lung cancer, very deadly. And although she never smoked a cigarette, a cigar, a Tiparillo, blunt, joint in her life. She lived in the shadow of 9/11. And when Christine Todd Whitlis, who was a beneficiary of the Peter Principle, do a lousy job as governor of the state of New Jersey. They kicked you upstairs, and she became the EPA chiefess for Bush 43. Said, we've analyzed the air near the World Trade Center site, and it's safe to breathe. You don't need a mask, gloves, respirator, hazmat suit. No problem. So Donna Summer didn't move. A lot of people didn't move in the area, and they ended up coming down with all kinds. Thyroid conditions, breathing conditions, cancers, as did those who went into the pile to try to help find any form of life that may have been still able to be saved. And then eventually just the remnants, so the DNA could be tested so people would know that was their loved one. And they're still getting sick, and they're still ending up dying. And we're running out of money for the 9/11 fund. But we're giving it to the freaking illegal aliens, hand over fist. Donna Summers passed away because she lived in an apartment right near the World Trade Center site. Inhaled the air. Question was, Donna, you got apartments all over the place. Why don't you move? Well, Christine Todd Whitlis says the air is good to breathe, no fear. Mesothelioma. And when you get diagnosed with that, it's a short trip, a very short trip to a wake and a funeral, unfortunately. I just had to mention that every time we play a Donna Summers classic, who is the diva, the queen of all disco. But it's interesting because the battle that took place was on television, the Yes broadcast of the Yankee game at Wrigley Field, North Side, Chicago Cubs. And Michael Kay was on the road to broadcast it with John Flaherty. These are two local guys. I'll give you the details momentarily. I don't really know John Flaherty. I know Michael Kay very well. And many of you do, too, because for a while he was actually on the old WABC with broadcasting the Yankee games. And that's when WABC was the Yankee broadcaster. Back when they got back on track, winning championships with their manager, Joe Torre, with George Steinbrenner Sr., and, of course, a lineup that you would die for. Die for. 1996. They got back on track against the Atlanta Braves. First 2 games at home, the Yanks got slaughtered. And some guy named Jones, no, not the third baseman, but some guy named Jones was playing center field, and it looked like he was the new Mickey Mantle, and he was from a place called Curacao. Who the hell could even find that on a map? His name was Andrew Jones, and he was smashing home runs. But eventually the Yanks would pull it out, and they would win. And Michael Kay was part of the broadcasting team in the radio booth for WABC with John Sterling. And when it came to the World Series games, Broadway, Billy and Tony, I did the post-game show. And John Sterling, who did the post-game show, wouldn't shut up. He just went on and on and on. Now, first off, nobody wants to hear a post-game show when you've lost. You're a Yankee fan or Met fan, as much as I hate you Met fans. Or maybe you're so used to losing, that's part of your post-game show. But who the hell wants to hear all the highlights, which are your lowlights? And Sterling would just go on and on and on. And I would tell him between breaks, hey, Mac, you're going to, I got a good post-game show coming up. It's not dealing with your plain cuts of all the Yankee errors, strike 3, you're out. He go on and on. He just loved to hear himself talk. I hate John Sterling. That's right. I hate John Sterling, okay? The rest of you, we need John Sterling back in the booth with Susan, right? Well, you're right.
It's a high drive to deep right center. Upton back. He's on the track. He's at the wall. It's gone.
Yeah, John Sterling. Right? Why don't you pull out some rolling paper and make a fatty and see if John Sterling will do a little puff pass, huh? Huh?
Ow.
But anyway, listening, he was on with Sid Rosenberg the other morning. He couldn't be more pretentious. Sid say, you never invited me at the Palms, underneath the George Washington Bridge. I think it's in Cliffside Park. You never invited me to come have dinner with you. And he was like, yeah, he almost seemed to be implying, and it'll never happen, Sid Rosenberg. Oofa to John Sterling. But anyway, they had a good talk show. It was John Sterling and Michael Kay from like 7 and 9 before I came on. And John Sterling had been on the old WMCA where he was the Bob Grant of sports talk radio. A kid would call up, what do you think if the Yankees were to trade Mickey Mantle? Hey, kid, are you so stupid? Why would the Yankees trade Mickey Mantle? He'd scream at little kids. Then I guess if you do enough puff pass over time, you get mellowed out. You're no longer adversarial. But let's get off of the John Sterling thing because that just pisses me off. I requisitioned a truck for them so they could go through the Canyon of Heroes. The Yankees had left them high and dry. I took care of them. Did I ever get a thank you from John Sterling? No. Did I ever get a thank you from Michael Kay? Over and over and over again. So let's start with the background of the two adversaries who almost started punching each other out in the Yes broadcast booth right there at Wrigley Field as the Yanks beat the Chicago Cubs. So Michael Kay I've known well. Remember his uncle Danny Aiello, who I knew well. I mean, what a great guy Danny Aiello was, and we miss him dearly. By the way, his son died of pancreatic cancer. A father and a mother should never have to bury their children. And I remember how Danny took that cause under his wing because that was considered an absolute death sentence. We talked about mesothelioma, which is a form of lung cancer that quickly just destroys people. For many, many years, pancreatic cancer, the same thing. So Danny is no longer with us. And Michael Kay, if you know his history, his father was Jewish. His mother was a Roman Catholic Italian. Gee, that's like Stiller and Mara. Remember Stiller and Mara? Jerry Stiller, Jewish. Mara, the Irish Catholic gal. Boy, what a great team. They were on talk radio, too, from time to time at WMCA. Great team. Although their son, what the hell happened to their son, Ben? What a bots he is. Anyway, let's put that aside. Michael Kay went to Bronx High School of Science and got chased by all the kids from Clinton who were ready to give them beat down every time the school would close, and they'd be running for the train. You know, Bedford Park there. Run for that D train. Run for that 4 train. Run for the bus. Then he went to Fordham University, and he was broadcasting on what is really an extraordinarily good college station, WFUV. One of the best. In fact, I got to give credit where credit is due. When we moved from the old WABC at Two Penn Plaza's 17th floor, Madison Square Garden, our ratings were so bad there that WFUV had better ratings than us. That college station in the Bronx. And again, it's a powerhouse. It's a really good station that has a lot of good programming, that has developed a lot of great broadcasters like Michael Kay. You should listen. You should look at the list of all the great broadcasters that have come out of there at Fordham University, WFUV. Yeah, if you get a chance, listen to it. Hey, I know you're cheating on WABC, but I cheat too. Except I tell you. Because there's some programs here that bore me, right? I mean, come on. You think, look, I've been through 5 marriages. I know what torture is like. Listening to bad talk radio is like torture. But then again, I don't determine the lineup here. So if I'm forced to listen for a while, I'll say, you know what? I've heard this show like 10 times in the last week, a repeat over and over and over. So I go over to WFUV or I go over to some other station. By the way, an outstanding college radio station, WFUV. So that's the Michael Kay thing. I know him the best. I know his wife, Jody Applegate. She worked at, I believe it was Channel 11, wanted to break into talk radio. Whenever anybody broke into talk radio at the old WABC, they would always put them with me first. Figure Curtis Lewa could work with the devil, which is true. And I would always teach him the ropes. In fact, whenever you see Kudlow, check it out, Broadway, Bill Lee and Tony. Larry Kudlow will tell you, as popular as he was and continues to be on Talk TV, before that, he was on CNBC. What was that, Squawk Box or whatever? A very popular show there. They brought him over to do radio at the old WABC. They put him in the studio. They always do this. And they said, do talk radio. And he was like, huh? I don't even know what to do. So I sat with him in the booth a few times and taught him the basics of talk radio. He has never forgotten that. That's the other thing. We've killed a lot of potentially really good, maybe if they had applied themselves, good potential talk radio show hosts and hostess. We put them in a room and we say, hey, make talk radio. That ain't easy to do. It's harder to do talk radio than talk TV. Talk TV is scripted. You read the teleprompter. Do you ever notice why people on talk TV are looking always right in to the lens? And they're looking right at you at home because they're reading the teleprompter that's right in the main camera. You think they're looking at you like they can see you at home, especially if you've had a few beers. No, that's where the teleprompter is, right in the lens of the main camera. Somebody like Rachel Maddow, she would actually read from cue cards when she initially did talk radio on Air America, which was owned by S. Green, who was the brother of Mark Green, a real pain in the neck who ran for every office imaginable in New York. But they couldn't make a go of it. But when she did talk radio, her partner was Chuck D, a Public Enemy. He did no research. None. He was a horrible talk show host. And all she would do is read off the cue cards, which was perfect for TV. Everything's scripted. All you got to do is read, like Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris will be a great TV talk show hostess because all she'll do is read from the teleprompter. That's what they all do. And they tell you, oh, no, it's unscripted, it's improv. Bull feathers. That producer will yell in your ear. I've done it at MSNBC. I was on with Kubi for a while, about 7 months, and I used to get the calls during the breaks on the red phone, read the damn teleprompter or get the hell out of here. That's when their studios were in Secaucus, and Bill Gates had a part of MSNBC. It wasn't the MSNBC of today. You think they'd have me in that studio? Hell no. So I'm giving you some of the tricks of the trade. So you learned all about Michael Kay if you didn't already know. The guy he did battle with, John Flaherty, actually is a local kid too. He grew up in West Nyack. He went to St. Joe's Regional High School, which I think is in, the hell is that? Right on the border with Rockland and New Jersey. Anyway, I'll figure it out. St. Joe's. I think that's where Andrew Giuliani went. I think so. I saw Andrew at the gala with his lovely wife. He was in great spirits, playing golf whenever Trump wants to play golf. He's the go-to guy. He knows more about Donald Trump than anybody because, hey, you're on a golf course with Donald Trump and you're the only one you're talking to him. I mean, you get his full attention. But anyway, I just wanted to mention that. And if I remember, Flaherty first became a catcher wearing the tools of ignorance, first for the Red Sox, eventually ended up with the Yankees, sort of like an Elston Howard without the stats of Elston Howard. Because, you see, anybody who ever played for the Boston Red Sox, I hated them. So Elston Howard, great catcher, but he played for the Red Sox, I hated him. Sparky Lyle pitched for the Red Sox, I hated him. Wade Boggs, right, played for the Red Sox, and then I hated them. If you play Clemens, I hated Roger Clemens. That roided up freak. Well, let me not digress. I really didn't know John Flaherty that much. It's pretty much like this goody two-shoes kind of guy, right? Clean cut, one of those yes types. Oh, God, what a boring network. God, they got no spice, nothing. It's like they're all dullards. But anyway, so Michael Kay's on the road. He goes to do the broadcast in Wrigley Field and listen to them in the booth. Now, this is on live television. You can tell these two guys hate one another, man. They're like two scorpions in a brandy glass. I did not see it live. But when I heard about it, I said, oh, Michael Kay, I'll bet you, man, he gave him grief. But then again, John took it, but also gave it. These are two New York guys, as you can hear, getting under each other's skin.
The middle of a residential neighborhood.
Yeah, and, you weren't very talkative on the bus this morning to the field, but as I was driving here, I was thinking it'd be great to get a place that's close. You can walk back and forth. I know you mentioned Don Zimmer living out the apartments out in center field. But I just had a lot of time to think on the team bus today because it was just very quiet.
So you'd rather me be chatty. I wasn't feeling great.
I haven't seen you in a long time, right? You don't work road trips anymore when I'm on the road. So I thought we would catch up, but it quickly was evident that you weren't in the mood. So I gathered my thoughts about how it would be nice to live close to Wrigley, walk back and forth to the park.
Interesting narrative that you're putting together. Because I've been told by executives that you prefer to work with Ruocco. That's why you two guys are matched up all the time. I mean, that's just what I heard. I don't know if there's any truth to it.
I just put it together that the road trips you don't want to go on, that I end up working with Ryan Ruocco because we're willing to work the games on the road.
Ground ball to short. Swanson. Listen, John, I don't pick out my schedule. I go where I'm told.
Whoa, cold silence.
I'll be very chatty tomorrow.
No, I just want to make sure that you're okay. I was a little worried about you.
I think you were worried that I wouldn't be talking much on the broadcast.
Whoa. Now, when they pause, when you had that long pause, that's because the producers were in their ears like, guys, knock it off. They could tell this was not shtick. This was not, let's take it back to Frank Messer, remember, with Phil Rizzuto. You know, they'd be chewing each other's shorts. This was serious, ladies and gentlemen. First off, it seemed that John Flaherty was calling out Michael Kay as being a diva who didn't want to go on the road. Well, look, he does a talk radio show, I think 3-4 hours at ESPN. I don't listen to it. Be honest with you, I don't listen to sports talk radio any longer. I just don't have the time. I love sports talk radio. I did sports talk radio, and as you know, doing the Curtis Lee with Super Sports Spectacular, I got fired 3 times. Once from ESPN, twice from WABC doing sports talk radio. I do that in a heartbeat. But I love this. In fact, I love it so much, I want you to play it again. Now, again, they're at the hotel, right? Michael Kay has flown in to do the broadcast of the Yankee game on the Yes Channel, which is normally so boring. Bunch of ass kisses on the Yes Channel, right? The Met team is much better. In fact, you find that the Met team where Cohen is praising me, you know, when he's doing in the booth. You got Keith Hernandez. You never know if he's going to do a line of coke. You got the dopey Hawaiian guy who graduated from Yale. I mean, it's a much better broadcasting. But before you find the Mets, much better broadcasting team. Let's go back. This is a moment in broadcasting history. Michael Kay, obviously one of the best in the business, comes on the bus from the hotel with his partner, John Flaherty. And, man, you could tell these guys were going to get it on. And Flaherty wasn't going to let him get away with dissing and dismissing him and ignoring him on the bus coming in to Wrigley Field.
The middle of a residential neighborhood.
Yeah, and, you weren't very talkative on the bus this morning to the field, but as I was driving here, I was thinking it'd be great to get a place that's close. You can walk back and forth. I know you mentioned Don Zimmer living out in the apartments out in center field, but I just had a lot of time to think on the team bus today because it was just very quiet.
So you'd rather me be chatty? I wasn't feeling great.
I haven't seen you in a long time, right? You don't work road trips anymore when I'm on the road. So I thought we would catch up, but it quickly was evident that you weren't in the mood. So I gathered my thoughts about how it would be nice to live close to Wrigley, walk back and forth to the park.
Interesting narrative that you're putting together, because I've been told by executives that you prefer to work with Ruocco.
Ooh.
That's why you two guys are matched up all the time.
Ooh. This is
that's just what I heard. I don't know if there's any truth to it.
I just put it together that the road trips you don't want to go on, that I end up working with Ryan Ruocco because we're willing to work the games on the road.
Ground ball to short. Swanson. Listen, John, I don't make out my schedule. I go where I'm told.
Oh, good. Oh, notice it's quiet now. The producer yelling at both of them. Guys, knock it off.
I'll be very chatty tomorrow.
No, I just want to make sure that you're okay. I was a little worried about you.
Yeah, I'll bet.
I think you were worried that I wouldn't be talking much on the broadcast.
Yeah. Oh, that was good. Even after the producers told him to knock it off, still Kay was going to dig him, get him, Kay. You're a Bronx boy. You're better than Rockland County, better than West Nyack. What did you make of that, ladies and gentlemen? That's one of those moments in broadcast, sincere dislike. Now, they did a huggy. They did a huggy thing afterwards, like hugging a thug, right? It's like Dominic Carter tries for me at the end of the Tunnel to Tower 5-minute segment that I do with him Monday through Fridays when he's on from 3 to 4. I do the last 5 minutes. He goes, give me a hug. I said, I only hug thugs, and then I slam them to the ground and rattle their bones. So they did this symbolic hug, but you could just look in their face, man. They hated one another, and they still do. What'd you make of that, ladies and gentlemen? Because it gives you an idea of what it's like working as partners, whether you're in talk TV, talk sports, talk radio. Man, there's a lot of tension at times. And there are more partnerships that break up in talk radio and talk TV than there are marriages that break up. And remember, 50% of marriages in America, people go their own way. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC. When we return, some of the other great moments in talk radio, talk TV, and sports talk radio. Oh, God, you're going to get it all here, right here on your place to be, WABC.
The Guardians, 10 runs in the first 3 innings in Kansas City. Ooh. Looking for their first win as Guardians. So my question is, when the Guardians play the Angels, does Curtis Sliwa throw out the first pitch?
Very good.
This is another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Oh, yeah, Houdini auditioning these songs on the Staten Island Ferry, as they did, to the tourists, to the locals. And then they found stride in their glide. Oh, and then there's the story of Bernard McGurk. We miss him dearly. Again, this is Prostate Cancer Awareness Month. He did not take the prostate cancer test, a simple prick of the finger, a blood test. And because of that, he's no longer with us. Let me mention that it was Bernard McGurk's desire to be rejoined with Sid Rosenberg to do their own show that Imus was opposed to, because who did he want to come in? No, not me, Tony. That's the last thing on his mind. He wanted Mike Lupica to do that mid-morning show, and not Bernard McGurk, who had earned it, who would talk to Imus in the latter days and tell him what to say and what questions to ask when he was stoned and he was out of it. And then what a diss and dismiss. Bernard McGurk said to Chad Lopez, the capo di tutti of WABC, then remember for Cumulus, not for John Catsimatidis. Said, Chad, I really want to do my own show, but I want to be rejoined with Sid Rosenberg. You said, you don't want to do your own show? No, me and Sid would make a great pair. He knew it would be great radio. And eventually Sid was brought up from Florida and joined with his very dear friend Bernard McGurk, and they did great radio. But, boy, there were moments of tremendous tension where it looked like all of a sudden it was going to be round 2, Bernard McGurk in the ring with Sid Rosenberg. Remember when he did it for WFAN, for the Imus show, McGurk pretty much knocked Sid Rosenberg's block off, but they got to there are certain points where you could tell, man, they were like pissed at one another, and this always happens.
Bernie and Sid are buddies of mine.
Yeah, but then again, Mark, remember how you hated Sid and Sid hated you, and then October 7th happened, and all of a sudden you were two Jewish brothers in solidarity. I know where everyone's bones are buried and who buried them in talk radio and talk TV.
Real deep to left center field. There it goes. See ya.
Oh, yeah, Michael Sterling. I hate it. I call him Michael Sterling because I hate John Sterling.
Boys,
what?
Bernard McGurk and Sid Rosenberg officially named the new morning show here at WABC. And
thank you.
The I-Man tweeted out, "My boys will burn the effing house down." Up against Len Berman and Michael Riedel. My favorite part of Imus these past few months has actually been them. So, particularly since Connell left and even before that. So, if I think they're a lot of fun, you're going to too.
Get out of here. He lied. He wanted Mike Lupica to come in. He wanted Mike Lupica to do the show from his house somewhere in Connecticut in the basement, right? He did everything to prevent Bernard McGuirk and Sid Rosenberg from having their own show. First, the mid-morning, and then the morning show itself taking over for him. But there was tension. At times, tension that bled over from the studio into their office area. They never got into fisticuffs, but they had some serious disagreements. And then, of course, there was the team of yours truly and Ron Kuby, whose mommy is a commie. And boy, that created great radio for a long time, but there was a lot of tension. A lot of tension. But it was great radio. I'd be the first to acknowledge that.
Going to be a good day for you. And I had that premonition this morning. So in case I happen to be right, I don't have any information. John and Warner, I just want to say how fantastic it has been working with two radio icons. Curtis, I want to say that you and I started out as enemies. We became friends and partners. And Curtis, you taught me how to be a broadcaster. I don't know if that's something you want to put on your resume, but you really have. George and Babita, Stephanie, Debbie, Scott Salato, the people on air that I've shared this time with, and the people off air, Frank and Crash and Andre. It has been fantastic waking up New York all of these years. And a special shout out, of course, to the audience who, because this is such an intimate medium, I think, morning radio, we're with them in the showers with their kids. They really have trusted us in their homes with their families. I've tried hard to live up to that trust. Sometimes I've succeeded, sometimes I haven't. But it's been absolutely fantastic. I love you all very, very much, each of you in your own special way. So hope to be here tomorrow, but in case I'm not, I just wanted to thank all of you for the time that we've had.
Right, we appreciate this.
You're welcome.
This is about the 10th time you made this
I know
speech.
that, but eventually I'm going to be right.
It's 10 times in like 11 years.
Eventually, I will be right.
Yes, you probably will be.
Better safer than sorry, I guess.
If you keep it up, there's no question about it. You'll be right.
What do you have for us,
But
John?
let me ask you a quick question, John.
So that was John Gambling. He was mid-morning. Just a little backstory. So they did whack Ron Kuby. He knew he was on the chopping block. They whacked him. And then they wouldn't let me go. This was the old Citadel with a guy named Suleiman, a real snake, Usinate. And WOR wanted me to do the morning show. Guy named Buckley. The Buckley family owned it. It was one of the last family-owned stations. When John and Margot purchased WABC, that was almost non-existent family-owned radio. But Buckley was like a fish in bourbon. By 12 noon, you could have a normal conversation with him. After 12 noon, the guy would have Jake leg. He would have, you could tell, you guys just look at his nose. He had those veins popping from his nose. He was doing the Jake leg. He was like ready to collapse. And so they wanted me to come over and do the morning show. And Ron Kuby was already a free agent because he had been fired. I was doing overnights and a nationally syndicated show, but minimal, about 16 stations, some FM, some AM. But they kept me in a box. They did not want me to compete against Imus, nor did they want Kuby to be with me competing. So the idea was I would get over there and then Kuby would join me. And so there was a meeting set up with an intermediary just to show you how suicidal Kuby is. And the intermediary said to Kuby, well, you know, Curtis is going to be the bus driver because he's the best bus driver in the business. Somebody has to do the rudimentary elements of when you take a break, when you don't take a break, commercials. Back then we did a lot of live reads, all of that. And he said, no, I don't want him to be the bus driver. Now, can you imagine Ron Kuby driving a bus?
What was essential is that we had a good time. And I learned early on that if we're having fun, the audience may or may not be having fun. But if we are not having fun, no one, including the audience, is having fun.
So Buckley is ready to go to war in order to get me over at WOR because their morning program had failed ever since John Gambling had left to do mid-mornings at WABC. And he wasn't a good fit at WABC because the old gambling formula from his grandfather to his father to him, WOR started out in Newark just like we did and eventually developed a studio in New York, is that he was not controversial. He never had an opinion. No gambling ever had an opinion about anything. That's why it was women's only radio. It was very female friendly, but the gamblings had no opinions about anything. You say, what is your opinion about Adolf Hitler? I have no opinion on that. Mao Zedong, I have no opinion. Joe Stalin, I have no opinion. So coming over to WABC for John Gambling. Notice I got Sterling on my mind. I hate that guy with a passion, even now, right? But anyway, point is, John Gambling was meant for WOR. That was his speed. So I go over to a meeting with this Suleiman, this snake, he is a Schifosa, a Sfachim, he is Drek. And he tells me, I will sue you, and I ain't letting you go to WOR. I said, well, they want me to do morning radio. You decided to let Ron go and keep me in a box so I couldn't go over and compete. Said, that ain't happening. I got a contract with you. So I thought Buckley would go to war with him, but Buckley, he was having the shakes before 12 noon, before he had his first bourbon, and he decided to fold like a cheap camera. And so I got stuck in that box. And I got a chance to see how Imus operated on a daily basis, and it was horrible. He was mean, an SOB, my God. Especially to Bernard McGurk and to Sid Rosenberg. So when you hear the stories that they tell about the mean curmudgeon, Don Imus, they're only telling you a little bit. But they were absolutely correct.
God, I hate Bernard.
You did. And yet he propped you up. He kept you going. He read the books. He fed you the questions. He got the guests.
Well, nobody cuts me any slack.
They shouldn't. You were in a ranch in Nowheresville, America, right, with a freaking breathing machine on half the time.
And he'd have been in the studio, I'd have whipped his ass.
Yeah, I don't think so. You had your gun. A big, tough guy would pull out his gun on everybody.
Rubber chicken face doofus is not the image that I want to portray.
Well, you did. But anyway, things worked out for the best. Bernard McGurk got his dream come true. He was teamed up with Sid, but...
Sid did put it in perspective for me.
But it was difficult at times. Now, meantime, I realized that...
Stop referring to me as a wrinkled-up old skunk.
There you are.
Suck it.
But it got to the point where I realized I'd never get over to WOR Women's Only Radio. So I met John Gambling at Don Pepe's, the pizza parlor in the bowels of Penn Station. This was after he had done his mid-morning show, and I said, John, it's time for you to go home. It's time for you to go to WOR. They don't have a morning show. You are the morning show. You fit WOR like a glove, like your father before you, like your grandfather.
Give our listeners who may have forgotten or who may not know the story kind of the behind-the-scenes tradition of the John Gambling reading of this particular story.
Well, it began, as everybody knows, there have been 3 John Gamblings. John B., he was the first. He started at WOR in 1925, and at some point, I don't think it was in 1925, but I'm going to bet it was at least 1930.
Yeah, don't bore me anymore, John. Reading that Christmas carol, whatever it is, every year. You know, Frank Morano, he gets all excited because he was deprived as a kid. But I told John Gambling go back to WOR, and he did outstandingly well. In fact, he did better because now he had the experience at WABC. So when he went back to WOR, he actually had an opinion and was a damn good show. Whereas the old John Gambling show, man, I couldn't listen to 5 seconds. The guy didn't have an opinion on anything. And he would host the Ask the Mayor segment every Friday with Michael Billionaire Bloomberg. And when the Bloomberg team would come in from City Hall, they would clear everybody out. Flirty Flipper was the producer, phone screening. Get out of here, Flirty. They put their own guy. They had their own setup calls, people calling up. It was the most boring show imaginable. And John Gambling knew that and never confronted Bloomberg. I did. I said, this show sucks. He said, well, it ain't your show. Meantime, when Rudy was on Ask the Mayor, oh, my God, it was rock'em sock'em. He handled it like a normal talk radio program. The Michael Bloomberg Ask the Mayor show on Friday mornings with John Gambling as the host with Bloomberg was maybe the worst program I ever listened to. It sucked because they had people calling up, prearranged. Oh, Michael, you're wonderful. You're the greatest mayor of all. Oh, I got this crack in my sidewalk. And Bloomberg would say, like Karnak the Magnificent, oh, I know where that is. That's on East 83rd Street. Oh, and then the person would look out the window and say, oh, my God, the crack has been filled. What? I mean, schleppy radio, the worst. So now you know a little bit of the backstory. You ain't going to hear that from anybody else. But I haven't finished. I mean, I started with Michael Kay and John Flaherty. I haven't finished with John Sterling. Oh, I hate this guy. But then there was the guy we miss so dearly, Alan B. Combs, who teamed up with Hannity on Fox. And then it was decided he would no longer be on Hannity. But they had one great show that I want to share with all of you. It was Alan B. Combs and his wife. And almost nobody knew. But there was let's just say, a synergistic effect of it that really made for great talk TV.
Talk Radio 77, WABC.
This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Shut up!
Oh, that was the other big thing that all teams in talk radio and talk TV have suffered through. One partner counts the amount of minutes that you've talked versus their talk time. I kid you not. Bernie and Sid did that. Ron and I did that. Hannity and Combs did that. Others did that, in which it gets so nasty. You actually count the number of words and the talk time you had that hour versus your partners. And it gets so bad, it's worse than a marriage that's gone bad. And then there was Alan Combs, who was able to make the transition. He loved radio. Alan Combs grew up in a Jewish family in Brooklyn, then moved to Lynbrook, went to Hofstra University when they were the Flying Dutchman. And he was the last voice on the original signal of WNBC, one of the first 50,000 powerful watt stations, along with WABC, CBS, when they became WFAN. And then he got the big break. Roger Ailes teamed him with Hannity in 1996 on the Fox News Channel, and they had a great dynamic. But people always said that Hannity had more talk time. I don't think that was Alan B. Combs' beef. He was just happy to be there. Because he had also found his wife there, which was very, very interesting.
Well, you as liberal as him, do you think alike?
You know, every day I get up and I think, how can I be more liberal than yesterday?
Do you really? But you do agree with him on most things.
On most things, yeah, we're married. married. Come on, we have to have a lot in common.
All right, did you ever watch the show in all the years we've been on and think, you know what, I think Hannity's got it right tonight, and I think my husband's wrong? Did you ever tell him that?
I think one night when you said goodnight, I think.
That's Jocelyn Crowley, who was the sister, is the sister now, of Monica Crowley. Monica, a conservative Republican, Jocelyn, a liberal. And I'll never forget how I first met her. I was walking down in Greenwich Village, and there was an open house in one of the brownstones. And somebody who had just come from the open house says, "Hey, your friend Alan Combs is there." I said, "What?" "Yeah, they have an open house for their condo." And I remember walking in, and Alan Combs, he goes, "What are you doing here?" I said, "Question is, I didn't know you lived here." And he introduced me to his wife at that time, Jocelyn Crowley, who he said was the sister of Monica Crowley. And this guy was great in talk radio. He was great on talk TV. We miss him dearly. Died way too early in his life. But I really felt the best possibility of the best team in talk radio would have been, and it was for a while, Richard Bay. Remember, people are talking. Oh, God, Channel 9, Secaucus. You know, he had the Howard Stern format before there was Howard Stern on television. He grew up where his father was Jewish and his mother was Irish Catholic in Far Rockaway. He went to Far Rockaway High School, a Seahorse, but ended up going to the Yale School of Drama. Very successful on television. I first met him at People Are Talking in Philadelphia. I think it was KYV or KYW. Man, he was Mr. Philadelphia at that time, but he desperately wanted to get back to New York, and he did. And then he got involved in talk radio at WABC. And it turned out that he was a liberal, truly was a liberal. And they teamed him up with another great broadcaster, Steve Malzberg, who had spent his life in talk radio up to that date, I think when he was a teenage kid. I remember he was phone screening for Art Rush Jr., who was doing sports talk at the OWABC and telling the callers in between, you know, during the breaks, "Hey, could you spot me $100, $500? He'd have Steve Malzberg make the negotiation because he was a degenerate gambler and would never pay back the callers, who would then be waiting for him downstairs, and he would have to slip through Madison Square Garden to get away. Poor Steve. So they teamed up Steve Malzberg, who was a conservative, with Richard Bay. It was called The Buzz. It was on from 5 to 6. For the first year, it was a great talk radio program. They did movie reviews. Richard Bay had his father on to do that. They talked culture. They talked sports. They talked politics. They talked real-life issues. It was a great show. And then, within a matter of a year or two, from 2000 to 2003, they were at each other's throats. I remember Richard Bay was calling Steve Malzberg a neocon. Like, what the hell is that? And then they just bicker back and forth like husband and wives who didn't get along. It got really mean, and it just crashed and burned. But to his credit, Richard Bay was opposed to the Iraq War. Bernard McGurk was opposed to the Iraq War when it wasn't popular to be opposed to the Iraq War at all. You were considered a traitor, an enemy of America.
I have no idea what the ingredients are for a great morning show. I know the ingredients that made Curtis and Kuby a great morning show. First and foremost, Curtis and I had great on-air chemistry together. We could argue with each other, have fun with each other, debate with each other. Nobody had to win the argument.
Where's my Padre Filio Spiritus Sanctum? Yeah, well, you can get along with one another, but if you don't get along with management, you're going to be on the outside looking in. I don't care who you are. But Ron would always seem to want to agitate management, go out of his way to do it like a cast character of Mayhem, and it led to his demise in talk radio. which, as you heard in that original cut, he had predicted. But up next, we're going to go into the land of the three-eyed cousin fornicators, Deliverance. We're going to deal with that kid, that Colt Gray. Was he a transgender? Was he gay? Was it dysfunction? And shooter boy there in Kentucky who they haven't found yet.
Check this out. On the weekend, take a journey with the People's Mayor.
Curtis Lewa is a politician who says don't trust politicians.
It's Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa.
The iconic, the legendary Curtis Lewa.
This city doesn't sleep, and neither does Curtis Lewa on Another Side of Midnight.
Oh, yeah.
Now, to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Jeannie got a gun. Jeannie got a gun. World's come undone. Stayed at the sun. What did her daddy do? What did he put you through? They say when Janie was arrested, they found him underneath the train. Just begun. Everybody is on the run. Tell me now it's untrue. What did her daddy do? He just a little bitty baby. The man has got the being said. They say the spell he was under, the lightning and the thunder knew that someone had to stop her.
Steven Tyler, Aerosmith, and he was from Yonkers, went to Roosevelt High School, got kicked out for smoking weed. That would never happen now. And you know the rest of the story with Aerosmith. He no longer can perform. He injured his voice. He sounds almost like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Must have been from drugs. I don't buy that thing about it being biological with RFK Jr., man. This guy used to be a shooter, man. I mean, this guy would mainline drugs for like 12, 15 years in shooting galleries up there in East Harlem and get away with it. If his name wasn't Kennedy, he'd have been in jail. And that's where I think he lost his voice, like Rush Limbaugh lost his hearing, because he was popping those oxys. You know, they always come up with another excuse. Just say, it's biological. Come on. But with Steven Tyler, no doubt, probably because of drugs. I don't know. But this story, Janie's Got a Gun, is about a young lady who was abused by her father in sexual ways. Underage. And isn't it ironic, Broadway Billy and Tony, that while touring, he found a girl in Portland, Oregon, who had come to the concert, clearly underage, about 15, had convinced the parents in Portland to basically make him her, what can we call it, daddy? Responsible for her. And she traveled with him everywhere. What kind of parents are those? But then again, we've seen parents like that before. Let's just look up at with a chimpanzee named Bubbles used to hang out. Never Neverland, remember? Parents would let their kids go over and hang out with Michael Jackson, that pedophile on a pedestal who would want their Jesus juice. Freaks! But then it's Michael Jackson, it's Steven Tyler, right? I felt I had to sort of elucidate you on those things. I know it made your stomach turn there, Broadway Billy, because over at WCBS-FM during the week with your friend for life, Brooklyn's Joe Corsi, you can't play enough Michael Jackson pedophile on a pedestal music. But this particular song is playing because I'm calling this hour the hour of the three-eyed cousin fornicators. These are guys who come out of the Deep South, and they were born with a gun in their hand, and like Charlton Heston said at an NRA conference, you'll have to pry it out of my cold, dead hands. First off, the story of the night is we got one of these rebel boys out there in the hills of Kentucky. Apparently he's got a rifle of some type. I don't know if it's an AR-15. I don't know if it's an AK-47. I have no idea on the type of weapon he was using, but at about 6 p.m., he was on I-75 in a wooded area, and he was capping shots at people who were traveling by in their vehicles. Apparently, he's shot upwards of 5, maybe more people. He's on the lam. It's an active shooter. Law enforcement has said you may have to take him dead, not alive, because he's probably going to resist. He's considered extraordinarily armed and dangerous. Nobody has given much more information than that. That's taken out in the rural area of Kentucky. You might as well think Hatfields and McCoys, right? Don't try to be taking their guns away. They got to have their guns and their oxys. Oh, yeah, the Purdue family, right? The private family that created oxys and had the licensing on it basically created a lot of these hillbillies into zombies like in Dawn of the Dead, as featured by Hillbilly Elegy, written by J.D. Vance, now running for the vice presidency of the United States, U.S. Senator of Ohio for Donald Trump, in which he was talking about how his own mother, I think living in Kentucky at the time, not sure, maybe Covington, Kentucky, across the river from Cincinnati, was pill-popping and well on her way to an early death. Thank God she has recovered. She's been through rehab. And she actually saw her son in Milwaukee accept the nomination to be the vice presidential candidate of Donald Trump at the Republican National Convention. But this being the start of football season, I have to conflate all these shooter issues. I think when I really became aware of this craziness was when it affected the world champion Pittsburgh Steelers and the Rooney family. The Rooney family, one of the original owners along with the Mara family, both of them cheapskates like you wouldn't believe. Wouldn't even have cheerleaders, right? Go to Pittsburgh Steelers game, no cheerleaders. Go to the New York Giant games, no cheerleaders. What they'll do is they'll have a broken-down band entertain during halftime, and they'll have dogs catching Frisbees, those cheapskates. How can you not have cheerleaders, right? Pittsburgh Steelers and the New York Giants, no cheerleaders. Why? Because the owners are cheapskates. Everybody knows that about the Maras, and everybody knows that about the Rooneys. In fact, the Rooneys for a while owned the Yonkers Raceway trotter track and had an interest in the first beginning of the Racino and then had to bow out because of the gambling and their ownership of the Pittsburgh Steelers. But let me clear the way on that, because at that particular time that I'm talking about, the Pittsburgh Steelers were football. You would think of professional football You think of the Dallas Cowboys, you think of the Pittsburgh Steelers. You weren't thinking of the New York Giants, and you certainly weren't thinking of the New York Jets with the start of their season today. And by the way, Aaron Rodgers, number 8, how's he going to do with his ayahuasca, right? The guy is taking LSD on a regular basis, and you got crazy Jet fans. Oh, he's going to bring us a Super Bowl. He's 40 years old, and he's on acid. But then hope burns eternal, right? Keep hope alive. But I digress here. I'll never forget hearing the headlines. In fact, it was on WABC radio during one of the news breaks that there was a shooter that was on an interstate in the rural area outside of Pittsburgh. By the way, that's where Vice President Harris is doing her debate preparation. She's hunkered down. She's not doing any public events. Every day is debate preparation day for her in Steel City, what used to be Steel City, Pittsburgh. But there was a great defensive lineman called Ernie Holmes. I remember watching him. This guy was like treacherous in the pit, man. He would club you in the head. He would somehow get to the quarterback, get to the back, take him down. He was on fire at times. Playing in Three Rivers Stadium, you know, obviously they had the, what do they call that towel? The crying towel, the victory towel, whatever that Steeler towel was. Nice hype, nice marketing tool. But he was a Texas boy, lived out on a ranch, black guy. And all of a sudden, he started thinking that these big 18-wheel tractor-trailer trucks were going to get him. Clearly having mental health issues. A lot of people think it may have been because he got hit in the head too much, too many concussions. That might well have been the case because a lot of the football players who suffered those many concussions ended up either taking their lives or ending up with serious mental health issues. His thing was that those 18-wheel tractor-trailer trucks that you see on the interstate, every time he'd see them, he thought they were coming to him. And he got out on the extreme edges. And then one day he took his shotgun, Winchester, fully loaded, and began shooting at the trucks on the interstate. This is like all-world, all-NFL Ernie Holmes. He's a god in Pittsburgh. People say, that's Ernie Holmes shooting at the trucks. And the cops get into a 90-mile-per-hour chase with Ernie Holmes. He shoots one of the cops in the foot, and they still, because it's Ernie Holmes, they won't level him. And they finally catch him and cuff him, and they take him in, and the Rooney family embraces him, and they pay all kinds of money to get him out of jail and get him into a psychiatric facility. But that's when I really first came to grips with the fact that there are some people living in these hillbilly areas up in the hills that overlook the interstates that end up capping shots at all the traffic, truck traffic, vans, cars that come whizzing by. This was Ernie Holmes. You know, the only other guy was Green, Mean Joe Green. Remember he did that Coca-Cola commercial with the little kid, and he actually lightened up a bit, and that became memorable. This guy was in the trenches. He'd be knocking helmets, man. He was like a great defensive lineman, but he lost all control of his mental faculties. I don't know whatever happened to him. Maybe some of you out there do, but it's a lead-in to the lead story of what's happening this morning, as you have 5 people who were shot in traffic in their vehicles at about 6 p.m. on Saturday night on I-75 in a wooded area, hillbilly area in Kentucky. And the guy's name is Joe Couch. He's on the run. He's armed and dangerous. What a name, Joe Couch, C-O-U-C-H. But if you know anything about Ernie Holmes, whatever became of him, because the last thing I remember, the Rooney family had gotten him committed to a psychiatric hospital. He had so deteriorated mentally, and I remember they thought it might have been the result of all the concussions that he suffered. and we won't know anything until he dies, and then they can test his brain, which is a bit troubling that you got to wait until they die in order to fully test the brain to see if they've had any kind of negative psychiatric effects. Anyway, our number is 1-800-848-9222. I desperately need to know whatever became of Ernie Holmes, a great defensive lineman for the Pittsburgh Steelers, but a guy who lost control of his mental faculties as he took a loaded shotgun and started shooting at trucks that were on the interstate outside of Pittsburgh, got into a 90-mile-an-hour chase with state troopers, shot one of them in the ankle, and they could have leveled him like 12 times, but they all said to one another, "That's Ernie Holmes. We can't shoot Ernie Holmes, can we, Sarge?" And the sergeant said, "No, we got to take him alive, not dead." 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC. When we come back, we'll talk about the three-eyed cousin fornicators that are responsible for that 14-year-old boy who killed so many in that Georgia high school. And the question is it a product of the environment that caused him to do that? Is it he himself, his influences? Is it his biological or his mental makeup? Or is it other contributing factors? Our number is 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC.
It's Another Side of Midnight. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Good. Oh, ask him about his headache.
I don't think you understood me. I want to get some drivers to drive this car and that car down to Aintree. Drivers, you understand?
You might get a driver, brother.
Who?
A driver, brother.
Where do they live?
They live back over that way. Genetic deficiencies. Isn't that pitiful? Who's picking the manger here?
Come on, I'm with you.
crazy white people in the Deep South. I call them the story of the three-eyed cousin fornicators. Too much incest, that's what the problem is. Oh, my God, and I've seen him when I've been down there, right outside of Atlanta in Forsyth County. Yeehaw! Get the rope. As they locked us up in Forsyth County Jail, they said for our own protection, the GBI, Georgia Bureau of Investigation. You got these Klan guys running around. They all look the same. They got like 3 heads on their shoulder, and you say, man, these guys are crazy. And they all got their guns, their guns, loaded guns, and they drinking their hooch from their moonshine, and they're just looking to hang somebody. The darker you are, the better it is. And then you got that red clay between your toes. If you ever been down in Georgia, man, try to get that red clay out of your pants or your shoes or whatever when you're stepping in it, and they tracking you with them hunting dogs. They said, man, we can track you with our hunting dogs, them bloodhounds. Man, they're coming for you, and they got their shotguns loaded, and they're ready to fire you up. And, man, they had nothing good to say about me with my red beret, my red sateen jacket, and Bull Hiram Wiggins. Although I will tell you this, when they had us in the Forsyth County Jail, they had the best breakfast that I ever had in jail, man. 2 helpings of pancakes, bacon, Jimmy Dean's pork sausage, eggs. Man, I'd get locked up again for that. And they gave me 2 helpings. And, oh, yeah, grits on the side. Oh, I love grits. These people down there are crazy, man. You got to understand, crazy. It comes in with the DNA. And we have just such a family right now. It's made the news because the 14-year-old kid decided he was going to go kill some folks in his high school. Our number's 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC. So the kid's name, easy to pronounce, Colt Gray. You've seen him in court. He's got that long blonde hair. And I'm telling you, he's either transgender, gay, or whatever. But kid was very effeminate, very effeminate. But, hey, what the hell? You could be effeminate as hell. You got a gun in your hand, an AR-15. Man, you could kill a lot of people, hurt a lot of people. So now I need some help here. Because is it the environment that caused him to do it, his DNA, or his dysfunctional family? And boy, did he grow up in a dysfunctional family. Let me critique it for all of you. Apparently, the 14-year-old shooter, Colt Gray, tipped off his mom, who had been a pillhead for years. What was her name? Marcy Gray. Boy, they're making real easy these names, right? Marcy Gray. He had tipped off his mom the day before, in which he suggested that he felt like he was going to kill somebody. Now, you would have thought the moms, although she's not raising the family because she's had drug issues, all 3 kids were given to the father, who himself is dysfunctional. But she said, I felt I had to do something. So the next day, when school is in session, she calls the dean and says, you got to find my son. I think he's going to do something crazy. And she was of the opinion that he might kill himself. So the dean actually went to the classroom where Colt Gray was supposed to be at that moment, but he wasn't there. And then eventually the mother, who decided to get in a car and drive towards the school, she was about 4 hours away, heard that 2 students had died, had been killed at that school, and 2 adults. And she kind of knew it was her son, Colt Gray. But she's been on oxys for many, many years, painkiller. She claims that her husband is the one who introduced her to the oxys because he had some back pain issues that caused him to be bedridden, shared the drugs with her. She caught the Jones for it, developed a habit for it, and became a junkie for it. So that's the father, her husband. Boy, this is weird. This is really weird. And his father, remember, because he was taking care of Colt, the court had ordered the father to take care of the kids because the mother was strung out and a pillhead. The daddy decided he was going to buy Shooter Boy, Colt Gray, for Christmas an AR-15. Isn't that great to have a daddy like that, Broadway Bill Lee and Tony, where daddy goes out and gets you a brand new AR-15 with the ammunition? I mean, come on. Daddy's taking good care of you, right? Oh, my God. And they already knew that this kid was a mental misfit because the year before he had threatened to shoot up the school. So I need your help in trying to figure out if it's the dysfunction of the father that affected this Shooter Boy. Is it the dysfunction of the mother? Is it the fact that he felt like he was gay and didn't have an outlet, or that, in fact, he was a transgender? Just like the transgender down in Nashville, who we didn't learn about for a year as to why she decided to go into that Christian school where she had gone to as a child and shoot it up and killed about 6 children and 2 adults, that she was doing so because she had had a manifesto. And finally, they're leaking the manifesto, and she says, I wanted to make the 2 shooters in Columbine, as they lay in hell, proud of what I was going to do. Wow. Woo. Madonna mine. Meantime, the grandfather, the father of the mother, Marcy Gray, said, look, I know the kid, Colt Gray, but he's getting what he deserves now, which is pretty much life without parole, along with his father, who is arrested. And some people take issue with the fact that his father is being arrested and charged very seriously. And obviously the rationale is he aided and abetted him. He got him an AR-15. He got him the ammunition. He didn't do anything to curb what was this insatiable appetite he had to go out guns blazing. No doubt about that. But that the father just decided to feed the beast and get him an AR-15 for his birthday. Oh, no, actually for Christmas. My mistake. Wow. Unbelievable. And apparently his mom, Marcy Gray, the pillhead, had tied up her mom for 24 hours. And if she hadn't been discovered, wouldn't have been extricated and may have actually died and suffocated from that. Neighbors said that all 3 children of this dysfunctional husband and wife were, in fact, locked out of their homes often, couldn't get back into their homes, and the neighbors would have to take them into their homes until either the mother or the father showed up, and they could have a conversation with them and say, hey, I picked up your child. They were wandering around in the neighborhood on the street, but they said that they got locked out of their house. God, could you imagine what that was like for a kid to know that they were being locked out of their house by their dysfunctional father and mother? And what contribution did that make to turning this individual, this 14-year-old kid, into a stone-cold killer, killing 2 fellow students and killing 2 adults with an AR-15? Our number is 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC.
It's another side of midnight. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
So the 14-year-old shooter and the dysfunctional dad are looking at potentially life in jail without parole, potentially. I have a feeling it'll be whittled down, the father being held culpable because he's the one who bought the kid the AR-15 as a Christmas present and felt that would straighten him out instead of enable him to fulfill his dream, which was when he was 13, to go into his high school and shoot it up and kill as many people as possible. So what do you think, ladies and gentlemen? What should happen to the 14-year-old kid? What should happen to the father? And the mother clearly checked out a long time ago. She's just a stone-cold pillhead. 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC. Anyway, let's go back to the phones. It's Al calling from the Bronx. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Al. Oh, where is Al? Oh, my God. Tony, what happened to Al? Don't tell me Al is going to sleep. Yo, Al, you can't go to sleep on me because I'm here to take everybody to the break of dawn. Absolutely not. Oh, man, this is like a tease. This is like a CT. You know what I'm talking about? When you were a young man growing up and you said, oh, that's a CT. How could you do that? How could the rest of you do that? Don't play that with me. You're going to make a phone call. You're going to hang on. I don't care what you got to do. Slap yourself silly. Take cold showers. Rub ice on the back of your neck to stay awake. You are not going to go to sleep. To the break of dawn, ladies and gentlemen, to the break of dawn. And I'm asking you to participate. I'm asking you, as an armchair shrink, of which many of you are, what the hell would you do with the daddy? And what the hell would you do with the 14-year-old kid, Colt Gray? And again, is Colt Gray a victim because he's a product of his environment, the dysfunction of his mother and father? Do you do that? Or is it because he's angry because kids think he's gay? Or because he wanted transgender surgery and they said, you're not old enough to get it yet? I mean, extrapolate. 1-800-848-9222. Let's go to Brian in Long Island. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Brian.
Hello, sir. How you doing?
I've had better days, Brian.
I'm interested in your thought process behind this. These school shootings, man. You never raise an eyebrow and say, that kind of doesn't make any sense?
Well, they never make any sense, but in this one, I'm trying to figure out who's culpable. They're trying to say that daddy is culpable, that he should, be looking at potential jail time of triple life without parole for providing the son an AR-15 at the very time that the guy was being investigated for potentially being guilty of wanting to commit a hate crime and a mass shooting.
Yikes, with the hate crimes. Oh, wow. This is going to get me cut off, guarantee it. Sandy Hook, where you said, you think that even really look at it? I think it's all the same. It's all the stuff. It's almost cursed. It's all the same stuff. It's psychological operations every single time. It's not real. It can't be. Everyone's upset at 14 in high school, you get bullied and whatnot. It's not real. No one does that. We all went through that stuff.
Well,
I don't know, man.
I don't know. I don't know if we've all gone through that stuff to the same extent, but should any of these problems that the kid had in growing up, should they be considered in ultimately what's going to be his sentence? Look, he's going to be found guilty. They're looking at putting him away, triple life without parole, but at the age of 14, with so many other factors contributing to his insanity, so to speak, if he is able to recover, if his mental health improves, do you ever see a time in which he might be cut loose to be able to basically run around footloose and fancy free and operate independently and autonomously?
Did they say they were going to try him as an adult?
Yes.
Yes. So what is even the line, and why is that even a thing? If you're going to try a 14-year-old as an adult, what is an adult? Why is that even a thing that we talk about if you're going to try a 14-year-old as an adult? If a 7-year-old did the same thing, would they try him as an adult? Where is the line?
I don't think in the state of Georgia there is a line.
To what discrepancy do they decide who's an adult and who's not? Depending on the crime, right? If he was 16 and stole candy bars, they wouldn't try him as an adult.
No, but it is interesting in the minds of our audience, wherever they're from, whether they're south of the Mason-Dixon line or they're north, or they're calling from any of the areas that receive the 50,000 powerful watts of sound throughout Canada. 177 countries now due to the success of downloading the WABC app. 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC. Let's go to June, who's calling from New Jersey. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, June.
Hi, Curtis. It's great to see you at the dinner. I wanted to tell you that New York is suffering because they didn't vote for you for mayor. And I hope that you run again because I'm going to campaign for you very actively.
Well, thank you. I must tell you that for the first time, because I go to the... Whoa! I almost got clipped in the head. June, I don't know if you're good luck for me, but a stanchion just fell down and almost clipped me in the head. Now, I realize I got a hard head and I've had many concussions. They call it concussed. But that came close.
Sorry.
Just at that point, June, when you said that you were going to support me for mayor, and I was going to say for the very first time when I was at the annual Labor Day parade, I'm there every year with the Guardian Angels. I was there on Saturday for about 3 hours. This is the first time that people were actually screaming at me, marches, members of these unions, 1199, D37, DC 37, Local 32BJ, the Hotel Trades Council, telling me as members of the union I should run. Hey, we're always in the back pocket of Eric Adams, swagger man with no plan, but oh boy, he's crashing and burning. We're going to give you an update on that in the 5 o'clock hour, along with Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo. Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo, who has a date up on the Hill in which he's got to give public testimony about the 15,000 elderly people that died because of COVID coronavirus when he was the governor, and he is going to have to face his inquisitioner, who will be Congresswoman Nicole Malliotakis, that I had a conversation with at the WABC Gala. This could be her Stefanik moment. Remember, it was Stefanik, the congresswoman from upstate New York, who eviscerated the chancellor of the University of Pennsylvania, who eviscerated the chancellor of the University of Harvard. And I believe MIT and all of them have bit the dust. I think this can be Nicole Malliotakis' moment to take on the evil one, Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo, who must be held responsible for the 15,000 elderly who died based on his executive order to transfer them, if they had COVID, to senior citizen long-term housing units where that COVID spread like wildfire as a result of his executive order. Our number's 1-800-848-9222. Let's go to Chris in Long Island. Your turn to be heard here on WABC, Chris.
Hey, good morning. I was going to talk to you about the air, but quickly, Eric Adams, he thought, I honestly believe that he thought like he would just step into office and everything would fall into place because he's Eric Adams. And he couldn't have been more wrong. He's probably the biggest clown to ever occupy that office, right after De Blasio. But he had no plan. He thought he was going to walk in, and just because he was him, everything would just fall right in. Total mess. I can't believe you didn't get in, and that's a whole nother thing.
Well, Chris, people now must suffer. They had a choice. They consciously, many of them had called me after I lost. When I returned 5 days after I lost, John signed me up, he said, to a no-cut contract for 30 years. I accepted, but callers were telling me, Curtis, he was a moderate Democrat, law and order guy, 22 years on the force. He's going to do a great job. And why are you so bitter? You're jealous. And I said, no. I'm not bitter and I'm not jealous. I'm just telling you that this guy is a fugazi.
You know it. You could spot that from a mile away. I know that. You're 100% right on that. 100% right. Fraud. Yep.
Well, think of it, Chris. You're earning a salary of a mayor. He was not born into wealth. We know that. He didn't have a lot of outside income. We knew that. How the hell could he wear a different $5,000 customized suit each and every day? How?
Yeah, you're right. It's unrelatable. You're right. You're 100% right. And these fools are all they'll probably do it again, man. New York are glutton for punishment. They'll probably do it again.
Oh, well, you should have seen it. You should have seen it, Chris. There I was, as I was meeting and greeting all the union members as they were walking by on Fifth Avenue. All of a sudden, a guy who wants to be the next mayor, city controller, the socialist, Brad Landa, stopped, shook my hand, wanted everybody to see he was shaking my hand, and was saying, I'll see you in July, the assumption being that he will win a Democratic primary, which gets decided in late June, and that I would be in a general election versus him. And I said, Guy, you're a socialist. I'm the people's mayor. If you actually win the Democratic primary, then let's get it on. He's already chomping on the bit thinking he's going to be able to win a Democratic primary because Eric Adams has crashed and burned, and the political vulture, Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo, is going to get chewed up and spit out by Nicole Malliotakis at that public congressional hearing. First time he's got to do it publicly. Explain his decisions that killed 15,000 elderly people.
Yeah, he'll just lie his way through the whole thing. You know that. That's what that family does.
Wow, this is a huge week, ladies and gentlemen. Imagine you're going to a professional heavyweight fight. Black versus white. It always attracts, right? Well, I know many of you think Kamala Harris is not black, that she's East Indian. All right, whatever you think. She's dark-skinned. Or lighter than normal dark-skinned. So in one corner, you have the black opponent, Democrat, versus the ultimate white guy, Donald Trump, the WASP. And all eyeballs are going to be on it. Everybody knows Trump. We've lived with Trump. The good, the bad, the ugly. Nobody knows Harris. Nobody. If anybody were to say, I know who Vice President Harris is, you couldn't be more hopelessly wrong. Really, most voters don't know who she is. They're going to watch the first 30 minutes and come to a conclusion and then start falling off el rapido. But you got the preliminary before that. On the Hill in Congress at about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo must appear before a open public hearing, and for the very first time have to explain how 15,000 elderly died on his watch based on his executive order. Now, it's a very large congressional committee. The only New Yorker on that committee is Nicole Malliotakis. And that's right, I spoke to her at the WABC Gala, and I said, it's on you, Nicole. I don't know these other huckleberries who are on the community, how much they know about that Italian. Many of them will probably say, I know that Italian. You know, I went to Olive Garden, I had the extra breadsticks, and we were talking about that Italian Cuomo who reminds me of a mafia guy. You know, like Jennifer Flowers was telling Bill Clinton in that pillow talk, that Mario Cuomo, he reminds me of a mafia guy. let me just say, you're going to get 2 for the price of 1 on Tuesday. Getting nowhere near the attention, but it should. Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo, who is a political vulture circling around as Eric Adams is drowning in his own corruption. The man who said he would never run against Eric Adams unless he chose not to run is circling, and he wants to get back into it. He wants to destroy this city like he has destroyed the state of New York. But that can all end on Tuesday in the afternoon. And then, hours later, the debate, the only debate, between the Enigma Vice President Harris, Giggles Harris, who's been training now for 3 days. Tomorrow will be more debate preparation in Pittsburgh. And President Donald Trump, who was at a public rally in Wisconsin in which he promised no more foreign wars. He will end those that exist out there, and America will not get involved in foreign wars. In this election cycle, it ain't going to move one vote. There are 4 issues in poll after poll that affect Democrats, Republicans, and independents. One is the economy. Just like Bill Clinton said, it's the economy, stupid. That plays to Trump's strength. Number 2, inflation. That plays to Trump's strength. Number 3, migration, the illegal aliens. That plays to Donald Trump's strength. Now, he's got 3 issues that are sure shots for him, but abortion, the number 4 issue, he stumbles, he mumbles, he doesn't seem to have one set answer, and that has proven to be a nemesis for Republicans in the past, could well prove to be a nemesis for Donald Trump in this debate against Vice President Harris. Padre, Filio, Spiritus Sanctum. Oh boy, ladies and gentlemen. It's another rally to close Floyd Bennett Field today at 10 o'clock. I'll be there. Hopefully you will too, for a car caravan. We'll also be discussing in the next hour how animal body parts have been found all over Jamaica Bay in what is thought to be some kind of religious ritual. But is it covered by the United States court decision that protected those participants of Santa Rio who believe in animal sacrifice? Oh, I've seen it in Prospect Park. I've seen it in Jamaica Bay. And speaking of Jamaica Bay and right by Floyd Bennett Field, if you want to join us today at 10 o'clock, please do. We are meeting in the parking lots of Marine Park between Avenues U and S. And then we are taking this convoy and we are going throughout the neighborhoods surrounding Floyd Bennett Field, Mill Basin, Marine Park, possibly across the Gil Hodges Bridge into the Irish Riviera. I'm not sure of that. And eventually maybe down to 86th Street and 25th Avenue to join the daily Chinese-American demonstration against Eric Adams' plan to destroy that neighborhood by putting up a men's shelter. And the Chinese-American community has said no 1,000 times no. And they demonstrate every day from 6 in the morning. They'll be gathering in a few minutes till 9 o'clock at night. Hundreds, they bang their placards. We'll be joining them in solidarity because if there are additional migrant centers that are opened up or transfers made into different neighborhoods that never had a migrant center from those that have, it will permanently destroy this city of New York as we know it to be. And that'll be a combined effort by their Papa Chulo, the illegal aliens, Papa Chulo, Joe Biden, president, Kathy Hochul because she's full of nonsense, the governor of the state of New York. And, of course, Eric Adams, who is in a free fall, who is in a descending arc of falling into a political abyss because of all the various federal investigations that have consumed his administration involving his very dear friends, the Caban brothers, the 3, Eddie, James, and Richie, and, of course, the Banks brothers, and Sheena Wright, his first deputy mayor, to be continued.
Check this out. On the weekend, take a journey with the people's mayor.
Curtis Lewa is a politician who says don't trust politicians.
It's Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa.
The iconic, the legendary Curtis Lewa.
This city doesn't sleep, and neither does Curtis Lewa on Another Side of Midnight.
Oh, yeah.
Now, to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Showdown time. Oh, yeah. Clear the deck. Tuesday, you have a preliminary battle in the afternoon. And then high noon at night. The Enigma, Vice President Harris, preparing in Pittsburgh, knowing it's a 90-minute debate against a veteran debater, Donald Trump. Her handlers are telling her, just get through the first 30 minutes. Shock and awe him. Don't even mention his name. If you don't mention Donald Trump's name, it's like not mentioning Sid Rosenberg's name for a half hour of his program. It's cataclysmic for him. You'll throw him off his game. He'll be like, don't you know I'm Donald Trump? I'm the guy who should have been president in 2020. They stole it from me, and I'll be president now. And you don't even mention my name? Oh, my God. Can't hide, Cuomo. If you want to run for mayor, you can't hide.
Direct question, first one off the bat for you. Are you planning to run for mayor of New York or launch another campaign for governor?
Oh, that is a direct
question. Can't get much
question.
more direct than that.
And there will be no direct answer. I just want you to know.
Come on, you two coaches. I know you're waiting to get out of the broad. No, we're not going to get anything there.
I have no current plans to make plans.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, you laugh like you laughed when 15,000 elderly died because of your COVID executive order. Now, you've been running from that. But you can't hide, because on Tuesday afternoon, on the Hill in the halls of Congress, it's revenge time for all those who have died and their family members and loved ones. Because your inquisitor will be somebody who knows you as well as anybody. Congresswoman Nicole Malliotakis from Staten Island.
I've always been a soft guy. I am the love gov. I'm a cool dude in a loose mood. You know that.
Yeah? Think you're funny? Gonna make some jokes? Gonna get people to laugh? Oh, no. It ain't happening. Not Tuesday in the preliminary battle. And I'm hoping for the sake of America that the chairman of the bunch of huckleberries who are on that committee, both Democrats and Republicans, will clear the deck and say, hey, look, Nicole Malliotakis knows this guy better than anybody in the committee. Let's cede our time, our BS talk time, to Nicole and let her do what Stefanik, the congresswoman from upstate, did in simultaneous order to the Chancellor of the University of Pennsylvania, to the Chancellor of Harvard, and to the Chancellor of MIT. And almost like a scene out of Kill Bill where Uma Thurman took out that samurai sword, she eviscerated all three. and they bled out on the public stage. And now a man who thought that he would be president, Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo, will sit there smugly, erudite, with a feeling of self-enshrined importance and think that he can get through this committee because nobody can ask him questions. Nobody can pin him down. Well, guess what?
This is an extension of the Shabbos Goy concept. Let's extend the Shabbos Goy concept. Some things it's better to have the Shabbos Goy do. I will do it. And I am doing it. I am doing it.
Yeah, what are you doing? Screwing over the people like you did as governor of the state of New York, abandoned ship. You left because you were going to be impeached, and then you would have been indicted, and you ran. You ran to the mansion of your brother Fredo in Southampton, protected by a man just released from doing 6 years of federal time for corruption, Joe Percoco, your leg breaker. Guess what? You ain't getting a second opportunity. You already destroyed New York State. No cash bail, amongst other things that you've done. But the focus of the committee hearings Tuesday afternoon is going to be what you did during the lockdown and pandemic of March of 2020 and every day thereafter. Every day we were forced to have to look at your brutta faccia. 12 noon. Nutazza the Cafe will be scared with Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo and his PowerPoint presentation as he told us how he was going to save us and save America. And all he ultimately did was save himself.
Well, see, I've dubbed it La Cuomo Nostra. That there's a group of people, of politicos, who always hint that they might run but don't necessarily plunge all the way. And they are members of La Cuomo Nostra.
So who am I then, Fredo?
Yes, exactly. So you better be careful that your brother Andrew doesn't kiss you on both cheeks and then all of a sudden they take you out into the middle of the lake and then, where's Chris?
Yeah, tough guy Chris Cuomo, right? When I said, oh, you Fredo? He agreed. He is Fredo. He's got a muscle between both ears. And then I remember that day that Bill O'Reilly came on the airwaves, because once a week he's on with Fredo on a network you can't even find. What do they find it with rabbit ears? What do you got to have an antenna on the roof of your house with rabbit ears? And he's on with Chris Cuomo, and he was talking about it as if he is Edward R. Murrow. This guy was my partner for a month in talk radio when he was in between jobs on television. Where's my music?
But I want to put in a word for Cuomo.
Well, let me just say this for Cuomo. This is why Cuomo.
But listen, you don't like him and all
that's
that.
Fine.
When I throw stuff at him like I did last night, he doesn't fold and he doesn't, cry and whine. He and I. That's the best segment on cable news now in America.
You ass kisser, a Cuomo ass kisser, O'Reilly. What are you out of your mind? The best segment in talk TV. You can't even find that cable outlet. Oh, I can see what this is leading to. The resurrection, the redemption of the evil Cuomos.
Bill O'Reilly thought that Biden would be out of the race by now. Now he says tomorrow is a make or break day. Is he going to be right? Let's ask him. Bill O'Reilly, why is tomorrow make or break?
Well, if Biden falters tomorrow in the press conference, he'll have to resign. But I didn't say he would be out of the race already. That's not true.
Really?
But I did write, and I
Dusty
got it right
disagrees.
here. I can read it to you if you want.
What is that?
Okay. Well, whoever disagrees needs to read what I actually said.
Oh, get out of here.
I
want to know what you're reading. It's showtime on Tuesday, and it ain't involving O'Reilly. It ain't involving Sid Rosenberg. It's not.
So I didn't play Andrew Cuomo twice in the first hour to piss off Curtis Sliwa.
You're damn right you did. As they attempt to rehabilitate him, resurrect him, like they're trying now with Bill de Blasio, that snake who came into our gala with his Esquire shoe polish in his hair during his midlife crisis, where he's been seen canoodling around the city. I don't know whether transgender, man, woman, who cares? That guy is vile and despicable. Single-handedly destroyed the city that we love. And he dares walk into our gala like he owns the joint, like he never did anything wrong. Like he gets to start with a fresh piece of paper and rewrite his Wikipedia. Well, guess what? Move aside, Bill de Blasio, because you used to be best of friends. Two Italian stallions who are going to be turned into geldings. Watch the wrath of Nicole Malliotakis. Tuesday. You know Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo has gone through the list of these huckleberry congressmen and congresswomen, Democrats and Republicans who are on this committee about coronavirus and the responsibility of Cuomo.
Masks must be required in high-risk areas, and private businesses must mandate proof of vaccination for large gatherings. Now, this simply will not happen without a state law mandating that it happen. Local politics are too intense. Private businesses cannot and will not enforce the law. Local police must be mandated to do that.
You vile, despicable human being. How you going to weasel out of this, huh? When all of a sudden Nicole Malliotakis, who knows you best, is on the Hill asking you, why did you sign that executive order? Because the death of 15,000 senior citizens, Janice Steen's in-laws, both of whom died because of Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo. His blood is on their bodies, and the 15,000 others. She is out there every day wailing away at him of the Fox News Channel. And then there's Jennifer Harrison, who has her Victims' Right Organization. And then there's Curtis Sliwa.
I said that as soon as the vaccine is deemed ready and safe, I'll be the first one to take a vaccine. Maybe we enlist you. I'll do it with you. We'll do an ad telling New Yorkers it's safe to take the vaccine. To put us together. We're like the modern day De Niro and Pacino. You can be whichever you want. You can be the De Niro or Pacino. Fauci and Cuomo. I'll give you a friend. Who do you want to be, De Niro or Pacino? Which one do you want to be?
I love them both. I love them both. I don't want to insult one or the other. If I say one, I don't want to hurt the feelings of the other.
Yeah.
So either one.
Who's the politician?
March of 2020, they were laughing like jackals and hyenas as elderly were dying. Fauci, as you know, has just become unglued. The evil now apparent to everyone. Now it's Cuomo's turn. And it starts with this inquisition on Tuesday by the Congressional Committee investigating this executive order that led to 15,000 elderly dying under the watch of Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo.
Any remorse?
Look, all across the nation, the nursing homes were the places of tremendous tragedy and loss. At one time in this country, 50% of the deaths were in nursing homes. So it was a national tragedy.
National tragedy, huh?
He's trying to make it seem as if it was a staff-level decision at the Department of Health, and that it wasn't even not only not signed off by him, but that the executive chamber itself. A lot of his answers today are putting blame on others. At the end of the day, the buck stopped with you.
That's right, Nicole Malliotakis, ready as head inquisitor. She was at the gala, the WABC gala, with her mother, and I looked at her mother and I said, make sure your daughter eviscerates this monster. No mercy. No mercy. No surrender. No opportunity at you resurrecting your career, rehabilitating yourself so you can come back and destroy the city of New York. Never.
Politics today is different than anything I've seen. It is a toxic, mean, ugly, fear-driven process. I believe what you're seeing is not toughness. You're seeing politicians who are afraid.
Afraid? You're afraid of your leg breaker, Joe Percoco, who used to sick on politicians. I know, Andrew, what you used to do. If you couldn't convince them of the merit of your argument, if you couldn't bribe them, then you sent Joe Percoco with the Louisville Sluggers in the trunk of his muscle car, and you break their legs, metaphorically, of course. So remember, Andrew, I know all your tricks. I know everything you've done and everything you intend on doing. But don't think that Janice Dean isn't out there hovering above you to remind you of all those dead seniors. Or Jennifer Harrison of the Victims' Right Organization that has pursued justice for them against you. And your number one nemesis, yours truly, Curtis Sliwa. Nicole is going to get you, Maliatakis. It's going to be high noon on the Hill. And let me just give you your salute, Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo, as you wake up thinking with the demise of Eric Adams, hovering over the waters, the troubled waters that Eric Adams is just trying to survive as he's treading water, as you hover over him like a vulture, a political vulture.
Don't feel betrayed. Many people have opinions. 8.3 million New Yorkers, 35 million opinions. That's just life in a big city.
Do you think he's running for mayor?
I'm not concerned with that. I'm concerned with governing an amazing city. And, you don't spend 35 years climbing to the top of the mountain and worry about the view. You enjoy the view. Right now, I'm on the top of the mountain. I'm the mayor of the greatest city on the globe.
And you've fallen from grace, and he knows that. He smells your political blood in the water.
Politics nowadays is crazy. And it's dirty, and it's nasty, and it's toxic, and it's personal.
Oh, like it's never been that way in the land of Cuomo when you sat there in Queens County Democratic headquarters, campaign manager for your father, Mario Faccia Bruta Cuomo, in the runoff for the mayoralty against Ed Koch, and you said, hey, Mario, never called him dad or pops, hey, Mario, we got the route to victory. We're ready to run the printing presses. Just give me the word, Mario. There will be posters everywhere tomorrow. Vote for Cuomo, not the homo. And it took Mario all of 15 seconds, like Julius Caesar in the Colosseum, to go thumbs up. Do it! Because I want to be mayor, just like Andrew does now.
What I mean by the power of the truth is that the truth has the power to bring change and force change.
Really? And as I walked amongst the union members in the annual Labor Day parade this Saturday with the Guardian Angels, I'm there every year. I spoke to a lot of the cigar-chomping, smoking leaders of the unions. I said, has Andrew called you lately to stab his brother in solidarity, Eric Adams, in the back? He said, well, you could say it that way. So you're prepared to support him and throw Eric Adams under the bus, who's giving you all these sweetheart raises that I would never have given your members. He said, well, let's just say we're friendly to Andrew. Of course you're friendly, because you get to put your freaking beak in the trough of the taxpayers. They don't like that, huh, Broadway Billy? They don't like that, Tony. When I get in their face and I said, take that freaking cigar out of your mouth. Don't you be blowing smoke my way. And their members are like, whoa, you don't want to mess with Sliwa.
We have real problems, and I am worried. I'm not worried about the problems. I'm worried that we're not being honest about them and honest in trying to solve them, because in life, you will never solve a problem you are unwilling to admit. Period.
Admit you are the author of No Cash Bail. You and you alone have single-handedly destroyed this state that we love. And now you think we're all suckers and we're going to give you an opportunity to hold a stick of dynamite and blow us all to kingdom come here in the city of New York.
People are afraid of the dangerously mentally ill who have been incompetently and inhumanely abandoned to the streets. It's not right for the public, and it's not caring for the homeless.
By Andrew Evilized Cuomo, who when he came into office, he had 30,000 beds for the emotionally disturbed in state hospitals. By the time he ran away fearing impeachment and indictment, there were only 3,000 left. Let me just tell you, Andrew, because I know you're listening on our FM affiliate, WLIR, that goes to Fredo's Mansion in Southampton. As you stir the marinara sauce and hit the mattresses and plan your political comeback over my dead body.
This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Cracks in the wall. The first signs that Eric Adams sycophants, lackeys, are going to jump ship. And it turns out the first guy is a white boy, which plays into Eric Adams' swagger man with no plans defense strategy, which is to play the race card as he always has in previous times when his back has been against the wall, because he believes his complexion ultimately will be his protection. Let me give you an update. This guy's got a target on his back, A, because he's white, but B, because he's going to be perceived of as a rat. Who is he? He's the boss of the Office of Emergency Management, the OEM. His name, Commissioner Zach Isco. He has told senior OEM staff Friday in a private call that the onslaught of investigations and raids this week could prove to be a distraction amongst the administration's leaders. Quote, "This is not good," he said. And this was a meeting that he thought would be hush-hush, mush-mush. But a recording of the meeting was obtained by AP, the Associated Press. And boy, Isco is going to be running for cover today. Quote, "There's a lot going on in the city, and the thing that I'm most concerned about is a city leadership being distracted," said Isco. OEM, which handles the city's emergency procedures, is part of the portfolio handled by Deputy Mayor Phil Banks, the tainted one, previously the unindicted co-conspirator who sold out his fellow cops to avoid going to jail for his own corrupt ways, and yet was tapped by Eric Adams' swagger man with no plan to become Deputy Mayor of Public Safety, a position that hasn't been held since his mentor David Dinkins had that position by Judge Marlin. It was ineffective then, it's ineffective now, but it's simply to reward a sycophant, toady, and lackey like Phil Banks. And it's interesting to see how this will play out now. Oh, yeah. How it will play out now. Isco, I will tell you, will probably be forced to turn in his resignation papers. A, because this will be considered an act of treachery, and B, because he's a white guy. And his complexion is not his protection. Meantime, on the Caban front, the three amigo Cabans, Eddie Caban, the missing in action police commissioner that you never heard of or or saw from the moment that he was handed the job outside of the precinct on Alexander Avenue in the South Bronx along 138th. The NYPD was served with an evidence preservation letter by federal agents ordering them not to destroy any electronic files as investigators target information linked to influence peddling at nightclubs by Police Commissioner Edward Caban's twin brother, James Caban. They're asking that all the hard disks and servers be preserved because the federal government thinks there's evidence of corruption on those machines. The feds delivered the letter to the department's legal bureau at One Police Plaza on Friday. The move follows a flurry of subpoenas targeting top members of the Adams administration. James Caban, the commissioner's twin and former cop, created a nightlife constituency and consultancy company and told the clubs to hire the company's employees, claiming, "I'll be able to make your place safer if you hire my security people," quote unquote. Oh, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, the walls are caving in. And when we speak of the Caban brothers, Eddie Caban, the police commissioner, again missing in action. You almost never hear from him or see him. The black sheep of the Caban family, James Caban, who has come up with a scheme where all work in the nightclubs has to be steered his way because he runs a security company that hires off-duty cops. And Richie Caban, the owner of the infamous Con Sofrito, now padlocked and closed, which was a regular haunt of Carl Hastie, Speaker of the Assembly, his home away from home. Other notorious elected officials and appointed officials, cops, Patty Lynch from the PBA, you name it, they were all consorting there. And really bad things were happening there at Con Sofrito. So that's padlocked, that's closed. And that's courtesy of Sal Greco, who has been pounding away on the inconsistencies of why the mayor and his top appointees have been hanging out till the break of dawn at Con Sofritos. And then the battle between both of my friends. It's unfortunate because I have to side with one against the other. That's right, Tony. And I am siding with the white guy. Yeah, I know you're going to say, well, of course you're a white guy. White boys are always covering for one another. Hey, the brothers do the same with one another. The Latinos do the same. It's ethnic, it's racial, but this has nothing to do with color or ethnicity or religion. This is the difference between right and wrong. In one corner, you have the Reverend Ruben Diaz Sr., defender of everything Latino and Hispanic. To his credit, he was the main organizer of the rally in Crotona Park in which President Donald Trump attracted thousands, 30,000, mostly black and Hispanics, many of them from the South Bronx. He was the main organizer of that. But he is also putting out propaganda about the Caban brothers, claiming that, wait a second, why is Bob Holden asking for Eddie Caban's resignation? Bob Holden being the white city councilman that I've made many references to because of the great work that he does representing Middle Village, Glendale, and, of course, Maspeth. And it is the contention of the Reverend Ruben Diaz Sr. that this is only happening because the Cabans are Latinos, and Eddie Caban is the first police commissioner of Latino background. That is true. But, my God, you would never know he was police commissioner because he was always missing in action. And these are very serious charges. And so don't put up the shield of, well, he's our Hispanic guy, and we're going to protect him, do or die. No. Reverend Ruben Diaz Sr., I've been at your church recently. I dismissed Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo that you love so much and other of your ministers. I take no prisoners. I'm not trying to be Mr. Lovability. I realize a lot of people hate me. They're haters. But what the hell? I got to lay out the truth. And the truth of the matter here is that Robert Holden is right And Ruben Diaz Sr., as often as we have been together in the struggle and in the streets, you couldn't be more hopelessly wrong. Eddie Caban has to go. He's tainted, he's corrupt, and he has looked the other way at acts of corruption that has affected the Bronx and the other boroughs, and he has only himself to blame. 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC.
It's another side of midnight. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Time to pick up the pieces. Swagger man with no plan, Eric Adams. This is the Average Cracker Band. Oh, I know, it's AWB, Average White Band. But for all those years that Adams was a cop, he called his colleagues crackers. Crackers.
Every day in the police department, I kicked those crackers' ass, man. I was unbelievable.
AWB, Average White Band, we will rename Average Cracker Band.
Every day in the police department, I kicked those crackers' ass, man. I was unbelievable.
Well, the sanctuary.
Every day in the police department, I kicked those crackers' ass, man. I was unbelievable.
All right, we've gone on from the crackers to the wafers because the sanctuary of every rogue politician, when they have fallen from grace, is to find the friendly black church. We have seen that already with Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo on his comeback tour. He goes only to black churches because he figures he can bamboozle them and they will forgive almost anything. And we saw Bobby Menendez when he was charged in 2016 with acts of corruption. But so many of you listeners out there, Republicans said, oh, they're doing that to Bobby Menendez because he would dare stand up to Barack Obama and challenge his deal with Iran where he sent pallets back of money to Tehran. That's why they're prosecuting him. Wrong then. And obviously found guilty of 16 charges of corruption now by the Southern U.S. District Attorney Damian Williams. Bars of gold, cash, fat cash, stuffed in his customized jackets as he acted as if he were an agent for the Egyptian government and for Qatar. So now that the walls are closing in, as he was booed Saturday at the annual Labor Day parade that I go to with the Guardian Angels every year, as other Democrats there distanced themselves from him, wouldn't be seen with Eric Adams, not Kathy Hochul. She's always full of nonsense, the grifter that she is. She wouldn't have been governor. She would have lost to Zeldin if it hadn't been for Eric Adams in the last 10 days of the campaign playing the law and order card, flooding the streets with NYPD and the subways to give people the perception that there was safety in the subway, safety in the streets that benefited who? Not Zeldin at that moment, but the grifter herself, Kathy Hochul, who you would have thought in Eric Adams' time of need would have been there side by side with him. In the Labor Day parade, she wasn't. Who also dissed him and dismissed him, the schmuck, the putz, Chuck E. Cheese Schumer, the congressional Democratic delegation. They couldn't be far enough from Eric Adams, who was booed intermittently during the parade by members of the very unions that had supported him against me in 2021. members of 32BJ, DC 37, 1199, and the Hotel Trades Council. And many of their leaders with big, fat Cohiba cigars in their mouth, who had always been Eric Adams fans because he gave them sweetheart contracts, all of a sudden we're talking about how, Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo wouldn't be a bad alternative because when he was governor, we could always do business with Andrew. He would turn a blind eye to our corruptive ways, the way Eric Adams has now. But where does Eric Adams go when he has nowhere else to go? He goes to the sanctuary provided by black churches to every rogue politician, including Bill Clinton, who in the midst of Monica Lewinsky, that Mishigash, Bill Clinton would show up on a Sunday with a Bible in his hand. And all of a sudden he would act as if he was pious and righteous and ready to amend his ways. The only way he could have done that was take saltpeter, because he was never, ever going to be flaccid when his entire life had been devoted to making sure that he was turgid below his navel. So this is where Eric Adams, swagger man with no plan, will be back-to-back, belly-to-belly, to seek support in the black church. He will deliver remarks at Power and Authority Evangelical Ministry, their Sunday service on Sheffield Avenue, 889 Sheffield Avenue. So he is anticipating that especially the African-American women, 55 plus, will be there to offer him tactical support. How many times before has Eric Adams gone onto the stage of a church, especially of A.R. Bernard, our own A.R. Bernard's church, the mega church, along Flatlands Avenue in Pennsylvania, which can seat 6,000 people. And remember how he spoke as if God had spoken to him.
Like God positioned a satellite.
Boy, that was truncated. What happened to the whole thing?
Over 30 years ago, hearing that message from God that I was going to be mayor January 1st, 2022. And the most important part of that message was God saying, you are to tell everyone you know. Because I don't want people to think you got there because of who you are, but I want them to know you got there because of who I am.
Oh, yeah. And then, back-to-back, belly-to-belly, once Eric Adams, swagger man, talks about how Jesus talks to him on a regular basis as if he has a easy path to communicating with Jesus. I don't know how he does that. Jesus never answers my calls. He will deliver remarks at the Changing Lives Christian Center Sunday service in the heart of East New York, Brownsville, 1848 Linden Boulevard.
And over 30 years ago, hearing that message from God that I was going to be mayor January 1st, 2022. Prayer took me from that place of displacement to the place of placement. I'm the mayor because of prayer. I'm the mayor because I believe. Believe and lift this city up. Take it out of the darkness that it's in and bring it to the light of what we can become, no matter what they say.
Charlatan, soothsayer, user of God's words. He's not the first, nor will he be the last. Democrats and Republicans do that on a regular basis. They use religiosity, and they don't have a religious bone in their body. But this is definitely his method of operation. It's just a question of who accompanies him, what role are they going to play in trying to act like the little Dutch boy that puts his finger in the dike as it's sprung a leak. He's just going to make sure that whatever Dutch boy is chosen it's not an Afrikaner, it's not an all-white boy, that it's a person, maybe a mixed race, or all black. Other than that, he ain't going to come back. Yeah. Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, without a doubt. Without a doubt. Oh, just think of it. He will be speaking at the Power and Authority luncheon today. Oh, my God, at 11 o'clock. And then 2 hours later, he will be delivering remarks at the Changing Lives Christian Center. Back to back, belly to belly. 1-800-848-9222.
You have to just sit back and let God do his thing. And so prayer is not, I am asking for something to come. Prayer is, let your will be done.
Padre, Figlio, Spiritu Santo. Coming up will be A.R. Bernard and Rabbi Joe Potasnik. Reverend A.R. Bernard is like the number one sycophant lackey, religiously speaking, of Eric Adams.
And what he said is absolutely right. So there was a man sent from God whose name was Eric Adams. And you just heard him speak.
Yeah. Sent from God. Hey, do we get a rebate on that vote? I mean, the walls are closing in. Every hour, there is another emergency that Team Adams has to deal with.
I cannot be Christian light if I am allowing people to live on the street in a condition that they can't take care of themselves.
That is true. That is true, Eric Adams.
Whatever faith you have, if I'm unwilling to go to Rikers Island and get rebaptized with inmates who are on Rikers Island, because if Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John was here right now, they would be out dealing with some of the issues that's on the street, not in the sterilized environments of our community.
Padre, Figlio, Spiritu Santo. He feels so comfortable when the enclosed churches that he speaks in, because he knows black women 55 plus will do whatever the pastor says. So if A.R. Bernard says, help the brother, he needs help, Eric Adams knows that his enemies are people who don't look like us, like you and me.
You have to just sit back and let God do his thing. And so prayer is not, I am asking for something to come. Prayer is, let your will be done.
Now, I will tell you that the last hip-hop mayor, and I've spoken about it at length, because if you spoke to Eric Adams, he would claim he's the first and only hip-hop mayor. Wrong. Kwame Kirkpatrick, mayor of Detroit, who wore $5,000 customized suits, had the diamond ring in his ear and was corrupt right down to the marrow of his bone. When he eventually did 25 years for political corruption, Donald Trump came along and commuted his sentence. And when he returned to the greater Detroit community, you know what he became? He wasn't selling insurance. He wasn't a bus driver. He wasn't working in Mickey D's. He became a reverend.
Don't disconnect this moment. First time in New York City history, we have a hip-hop mayor.
That ain't a good thing. This would be my suggestion, that once Eric Adams has finished doing his time in Otisville, and he desperately wants Trump elected president, although he won't say it because he's hoping Trump will give him a commutation of his sentence or a complete pardon, that he will return to the church of Al Slim Shady Sharpton and first become a deacon. Got to be a deacon first. And then go to the Al Slim Shady Sharpton Theological Seminary, which only exists in Al Slim Shady Sharpton's mind, And then all of a sudden, as he goes to 145th Street to the storefront ministry of Al Slim Shady Sharpton, because every time I've asked him, hey, Rev, where's your church? My church is a soapbox on the corner of 4th Avenue and Atlantic Avenue in the shadow of the Barclays Center. All I need to do is pull out this hefty trash bag and just put the contributions in God we trust, because I'm doing God's work.
You are watching an incompetent person turning a competent place in the city to live in. This is what we need to recognize.
We do, and it's real positive. Could I hear that one again, Tony? Because he actually is telling the truth here. Listen to him speak truth to power.
You are watching an incompetent person turning a competent place in the city to live in.
Absolutely. There's no one going to disagree with you on that. But all of you out there, I know many of you listening now, you're just getting up for the beginning of your day. You voted for Eric Adams. You said, hey, I wasn't ready for prime time. That, hey, you like Curtis, but he was a 22-year cop, a veteran. He knew government, and now we see he knows government. It's a cauldron of corruption. He just got caught up in it, right?
Eric Adams bested Curtis Sliwa in this city's 2021 mayoral race. That city is New York City.
Doomed, Eric. You're doomed.